Warning: the following content contains strong language and may not be suitable for children. This content is primarily for adults, as this is a trucking channel and truckers have filthy mouths. Please don't tweak if I say. Viewer discretion is advised.
Stay nice, same chair, same ground, right there. Turn it on, lean in close, this that. Welcome to the Mark, the mentor show, where the plans turn real and the hustlers grow. Talk money, talk mindset, talk get it, let's go. If you came from the bottom, it's the road you know. It's the Mark, the mentor show. Every loss, every lesson, turn it all to gold. From the late night notes to the sold out goals. Say the name one time so the whole world know.
Whoa, the Mark, the mentor show. Whoa, the Mark, the mentor show. Whoa, the Mark, the mentor show.
The Mark, the mentor show.
Sweet. Sweet.
Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check. Can you hear me now? What about 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 now? Check. All right, can somebody check TikTok? Make sure you guys can hear me on TikTok. I want to make sure I'm on TikTok too. Maybe that's why, because I got the TikTok stuff going on. I got the TikTok stuff going on, so make sure y'all can hear me on TikTok. Appreciate you. Can somebody check my TikTok? Make sure y'all can hear me on TikTok. Loud and clear? All right, TikTok say they can hear me loud and clear. All right, I'm sorry about that, guys. It's a lot of shit going on back here, and I had to make some adjustments, and clearly I hit some buttons that I wasn't supposed to hit. So let's do this all over again, because we gotta take care of our sponsor. In need of commercial trucking insurance for your trucking business, commercial trucking business, box truck, cargo van, semi truck, trucking business. There's a link in the description below for Log Rock. For renewal, looking for a more affordable commercial insurance solution for your trucking business. There's a link and the phone number in the description below. Blog Rock, partner of the channel. All right. Come on in. Make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notification. How's everybody doing this afternoon? This is Thursday. What is the day? March 5th. Come on in. Make sure you hit that like button. Let's get this show on the road. Sorry for the technical difficulty. Shout out to Pippi. Shout out to the moderators in the building. Shout out to CTR Logistics representing South Carolina. And he got a MGM gang shield. What's going on? Shout out to Kelvin Birch, MGM gang. Shout out to B May representing the MGM gang. Shout out to Beats in the building. Shout out to Tony YouTube representing the MGM gang. Yes, sir. Shout out to Edie saying you quitting because they told you 70%. No, only one person. It's only one person that I can think of, and we held him accountable. He been real quiet for the past couple of years, so we gonna leave him alone. He ain't, he been off my radar, so we gonna let him live. Shout out to Jeffrey Wilson representing Texas. Shout out to MGC. I see you said we can't hear you. Y'all hear me now, representing the MGM. Shout out to TS Hill Logistics. What up? What up? Shout out to We Carry Freight, MGM gang. Shout out to MGC. Shout out to King Marcus in the building. Shout out to B-Mate. I don't know if I got you, MGM gang. Shout out to Jeffrey Wilson. Shout out to Michael Robinson representing that MGM gang. Shout out to Stunner Man. Stunner Man, you the person who called in yesterday representing MGM gang. You from out west, right? You should hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. Shout out to Jets Investments. What up? Shout out to 608 in the building. Shout out to ISD Walk. Shout out to all the moderators. Shout out to all the MGM gang. Shout out to Moving Company Hustle representing Denver. How's everybody doing? Come on in. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. All right, so we on YouTube, we on Facebook like always, and second day on TikTok. Our second day on TikTok, I figured out how to make it pause, because yesterday I had it in what is this shit called? Which is landscape. But today I got it in portrait. I figured out how to do it. Y'all gotta work with me. I ain't a TikTok professional, man. I really, I'm trying to figure it out. They've been begging me to come on TikTok for a couple of years now. So we finna go over there and see what it's like. We finna see what it's like on TikTok. You dig what I'm saying? But YouTube is where I'm really, really strong at. You dig what I'm saying? Come on in, make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. All right, so boom, today we're just gonna get straight into it. Today we're gonna be talking about something that I seen a trend. Obviously, if you watch my show, when I'm live, most days was 5 days a week, now 3 days a week. A few weeks ago, for like 2 weeks straight, every single caller was a semi-truck driver. And it got to the point where I started asking them, like, why do y'all watch me? This is a box truck channel. For the most part, I mean, it's really like a business channel. It has evolved into a business channel, and I just use, trucking experience and trucking analogies, and has a trucking undertone because that's my industry. That's where I made my money. But really, I've transitioned it into a business channel. I just use trucking, talking points. But for like a couple of weeks ago, if you remember, like every single caller was a semi-truck. And I was like, man, why y'all watching me? And it was just like, man, it's just a lot of value, and ain't really many people in our niche that's really giving us education like that, you know what I'm saying? So whatever. And then I noticed that, they started to one by one come into the Discords. One guy who I can remember vividly, Vic, not to be confused with the other Vic, but a guy, Vic, was out of Florida, semi-truck guy. I think he worked for Cisco. I believe it was Cisco. It was one of the food delivery companies. He was a local driver, and he came in, and they all want to quit their semi-truck job. This was the sentiment. Everybody was wanting to quit their semi-truck job to start a box truck business. And if you remember a couple of weeks ago when I was getting all those calls, I I'm trying to figure out why. I remember having a conversation with Vic in the Discord and just, listening to his plight and trying to understand why an individual would want to quit a job where there's some sense of security to come into something where there's a lot of uncertainty and you got to navigate the learning curve at a cost, things of that nature. Because the thing that I've noticed with a lot of those callers that call in that are semi-truck guys, they've already built a foundation. When I say they built a foundation, they have become homeowners, they have started their family, and I'm just listening to their plight, and there's a lot of, I don't think they've measured their risk tolerance. They come across the internet, they see these box truck guys that promote and promise, this gross, this inflated gross number. And these guys, they don't put their business hat on, or they don't transition their mindset from employee to business owner to understand that even if that was the case, the possibility of me replacing the current take-home income after transitioning to a business is not going to be the same. They look at the gross number and they think freedom and they think more money, and neither one of those is true. And it got to the point where these guys were coming every day, and I had to figure out a way just to get to the nitty-gritty. And that's when I just started asking them just straight off the bat, how much, if you left your CDL job, how much money do you need to pay yourself from the box truck business to make it worth your while? And if you remember, all of them had the same magic number, 70 grand. And that's when I had to be the bad guy and say, yo, even if your box truck makes 200 grand gross, you're not going to be able to pay yourself $100,000 or $70,000, I should say. And most of these guys got confused because they're looking at the number that the content creators are telling them, yo, my truck made 175 this year, my truck made 200 this year, my truck made 180 this year, and they think that's all their money. They still haven't transitioned from company driver to business mindset. They're not thinking about none of the costs that's associated with making that 200 grand. And even when I try to break it down to a lot of these guys, they still don't understand the exorbitant cost to even still realize that, yo, you're not going to take home the amount of money that you're taking home now as a company driver. These guys are making 125. One guy called making 125. I'm like, bro, you're not going to make 125 take home in a box truck. And when they come to me, they expect to hear something else, but they hear the truth. And then that's when the silence comes, because then I start breaking down the numbers. Which is what they should have did before even making the call and thinking that quitting $130,000 a year job and transitioning over to a box truck, that they're still going to bring that type of money home. You're not. So this is a topic that I've been wanting to get to, and it's just been delayed. But we just going to cover it now so it's out there, and, we'll open up the phone lines, because I know a lot of those guys still watch. And I know there's probably other people that are watching, and we just going to get to it. Why do CDL drivers want to quit their CDL job, which a lot of the guys that I talk to are making over 100 grand, to start a box truck business, and why they may be chasing the wrong freedom? And every time one of these guys comes over to the channel and I say, well, why you want to quit your job? Man, Mark, I just want freedom. And I just, not just the semi-truck guys, just like everybody, like even the other guys that don't work in trucking that want to quit their job, these guys 20 years on the job, they just all say they want freedom. So let's have this conversation, because I don't think what they're thinking is freedom is freedom. Do you understand what freedom is? Do you understand what type of freedom that you're chasing? I think a lot of these guys, especially the CDL guys are uh, confusing job frustration with entrepreneurship. I think these guys are just frustrated. So let's cover it from different phases, and then I'll open up the phone line, and then we can have a conversation. CDL drivers are dealing with the same problems that OTR, I mean, not OTR, but owner operators are similar kind of dealing with, right? Dispatchers telling them where to go. They're dealing with long OTR schedules. They're dealing with multiple weeks on the road, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, depending weeks on the road. They're missing birthdays. They're missing children's birthdays. They're missing spouse birthdays. They're missing family time. You know, we know family time to some people is important. Shout out to the young man that called into the show yesterday who works 8 hours. And I'm like, well, why you ain't working 16? And he said, man, because I want to spend time with my family. But you want to make more money, so you're not making the sacrifice. And then when they finally get paid, they look at the check and then they think, man, I'm doing all this work for a company. And the company is making the real money. And if you watch my channel, I always say, well, now you're worrying about somebody else. You count somebody else's pocket. You can't worry about what the company making. You got to worry about yourself. So then they start to watch YouTube videos because they worried about what the company is making, the company infrastructure. And I've talked about this from my personal experiences where, you know, I've had, you know, 3PL solicit my drivers. You know, especially in our community, you have what's called this crab in the barrel mentality. And, you know, you'll have employees that'll work for you and they'll see what you're doing and they'll think it's simple, and then they'll try to duplicate it or take what you have because they see you growing and they're working for you and they aspire to have what you have, but really what they're doing is they're counting your pockets. I had an employee of mine literally come to me and he said, man, and this is after he did the bogus shit. I told a story about dynamic soliciting and how I shut that shit down. But when he came to me after I shut it down, because they told him like, yo, this nigga ain't stupid. You know, this nigga done brought up a non-compete clause, this and that. The only way you're going to be able to come work, you're going to have to get him to sign off on the release, making the non-compete null and void, saying that you can come work and be a contractor for us directly. Other than that, you're going to have to wait a year, right? Because it was in the contract. And when he came in, he spoke with me, he was pleading his case, and he got humbled in. He wasn't humble when he allowed them to solicit. He did everything behind my back. And he solicited some of my guys to go over with him when he went over to Dynamics. And he said, yo, Mark, man, I wanna live in a fancy condo like you. I want to drive nice cars like you. I want to take my girl to nice restaurant. This is what he's telling me. He's telling me shit from materialistic things. He's not telling me nothing from a business perspective. Man, Mark, I really admire what you've done in this community. I really admire how you took something from nothing and grew it into this. And I aspire to do something similar. You know what I'm saying? Everything was from a materialistic point of view, counting my pockets. A lot of people, when they scroll in the internet, they get what we was talking about in the Discord yesterday, this dopamine rush, trying to keep up with the Joneses. So even though they're making a decent amount of money, it's just not enough. So what happens is they start to watching YouTube videos. They start seeing videos about box trucks. They start seeing the inflated gross numbers that a lot of these content creators put on their thumbnails and they put in their reels when they start doing their little shorts and shit, and they start pointing up at the sky and the big numbers start falling down. They start researching videos then on how to start a box truck business. No CDL required, even though they have a CDL. They start seeing make $10,000 a week. And now the mind starts to do what the mind does. It starts telling itself a story. It says, yo, if I buy this box truck, I'll be free. But then here's the truth that nobody tells them, because most of the shit motherfuckers see on the internet is inflated. It's not really real. It's set up to get you to be hopeful, right? Because within that hope, there's a product that's built into it that they want you to buy, like some type of course, ebook, some exorbitant mentorship, which you can't really fault them for being, ambitious to take advantage of people who want to follow trends. So right now, as a CDL company driver, your authority looks like dispatch, the company, the schedule they give you. But when you become a box truck owner operator, you don't eliminate the authority, you replace it. Now you become the boss. And this is what a lot of these guys fail to realize. And I talk to these guys all the time. If you don't see them call up on the show, a lot of them will come into the Discord and we'll have a more, I don't want to say, people will divulge more of their personal information in the Discord more so than they'll do in some of these call-in shows. What they don't really understand is when they become the boss, all the shit that's done for them on the back end as a company driver, they have to do it for themselves now. So in their mind, because of what's sold to them, freedom, I get a truck, I go on a load board, I drive, I can cut this shit off and cut it on. That's true, but then they realize, yo, you really got to keep them wheels spinning to make money. As a company driver, you just get in the truck, you go wherever the fuck it is they tell you to go, you pick the shit up and wash, rinse, and repeat. Now you're the broker, you got to deal with the customers, you got to deal with the insurance company, you got to deal with the fuel spikes, you got to deal with the insurance spikes, you got to deal with the maintenance costs, you got to understand cash flow, you got to understand profit margins. You didn't escape pressure, you just created more pressure for yourself. You change where the pressure comes from. A lot of these guys can't handle it. What it is it's a ownership illusion that the internet has created. Social media has created. A lot of these content creators have created. People think company driver equals employee, box truck owner equals boss, which is true, but the internet has also has demonized being an employee. The internet has demonized having a job. That's why a lot of these guys, when they come up, once I, listen to their plight and I analyze their risk tolerance, I just don't still steer them in the direction of starting a trucking business. And you would think I would do that because I am a trucking influencer, but I'm not a piece of shit. If you're making great money, and I can tell in the conversation that you're ignorant, and ignorant is not a bad thing. Ignorant just means you not lack knowledge, is a lack of knowing. I'm not going to steer you in the direction when I know you just really don't understand what you're about to invest into, and you're actually going to be making less money than what you're making now, and you've already built a foundation that you have to keep up with this certain lifestyle because the job has afforded you to be able to do so. When you buy that first truck, you become the boss. You become every department in the company. You become the driver. You become the dispatcher. You become the accountant in most aspects, because a lot of you, even though I tell you guys to do so, you don't do it anyway. You guys don't even get, goddamn it, QuickBooks like I tell you to manage your books. But you also become the accountant if you don't have a CPA. You become the salesman. You have to go out and sell yourself, sell your company to get these opportunities. You become the compliance department. You have to keep up with this shit. You become the maintenance manager. You become the risk manager. Like Future say, at the same damn time. You got to wear all these hats at the same damn time. So now, instead of having one job, you got 10. So going back to the freedom, where's the freedom at? Where's the freedom? The internet told you that. There was a guy that came up on the show yesterday. I was watching an old employee of mine that just happened to find my content, stumble across my content. You hear me talk about the workload from this industry, from a physical aspect, but also from a mental aspect. A lot of you guys have the that you want to scale really, really bad. I don't think a lot of people really understand what scale really is as it pertains to dealing with multiple people and multiple personalities. You're dealing with them as an individual. You're dealing with them with all the problems that they're carrying. And sometimes those issues affect you financially. I always tell one story about, and then we're going to, since we're doing TikTok now, people on TikTok, they might have not been following, I'm a big deal on YouTube. You get what I'm saying? There was one guy way early in my career, roofed one of my 26 footers. This guy has a dedicated route. He leaves the yard, takes South Chicago down to 75th. If you're from Chicago, 75th is a truck route. Bust a left on 75th, take it to the Dan Ryan. This particular day, he bust a left on 76th. 76, that bridge, when you bust that left off South Chicago on 76, it's like 11 something. Why would a person who takes the same route once he leaves the yard turn too early, turn one block too early? Because that morning before he came to work, his wife served him with divorce papers. Fucker still came to work. But came to work mentally fucked up. It cost me. Do I fire a guy for something like that? In most situations, yeah. I couldn't fire that guy for that. $15,000 is what it cost me. A lot of people don't understand. You have to deal with the plight that every single motherfucker that worked for you carrying. That's why when the guy called up yesterday, Tay, one of the first things he did was apologize. He said, well, I was younger, but now everything how you acted, I understand it now. Like, as a business owner, you got to carry yourself a certain type of way. You got to be disciplined. You have to be stoic. You have to be aggressive. You may not be the most likable person, because you're having to deal with so much. The mental work is way harder than the physical work, especially at scale when you're dealing with a multitude of different people, a multitude of different personalities, and every single problem that they carry. And then sometimes, I'm just giving you this example, it's going to affect you and it may affect you financially. A lot of people don't think about that. You don't get those types of stories from your favorite people. You don't have that level of experience to have come across these things to be able to educate you from these experiences. You carry you wearing the hat of every single thing. Now, this was a guy who had a route that starts at 5:30 in the morning. So this is the call that I'm getting at 5:30 in the morning. Motherfucking top of the truck peeled back like a goddamn sardine can. First time it happened. First major incident. Nigga, my heart dropped. So let's talk about the income reality. Let's talk about some more uncomfortable truths that a lot of CDL guys who call into the show don't think about. Some of these guys are already making six figures. We've had them call in. I ask them, yo, what you bringing home? What you making? About 125, about 135. 90, 100, 110, 70. Paycheck steady. Then when they call me, they talking about quitting that job to get a goddamn box truck. Makes no fucking sense to me whatsoever. And I'm going to tell you why. If the conversation when they called in was to quit their CDL job to start a box truck business and to scale it with the understanding that they're going to take a hit the first few years, they're not going to be able to pay themselves what they're paying themselves as a CDL guy, I would get it. But what they do when they call in, they say, yo, man, I just want freedom. I just don't want to be a company driver no more. So I want to get out this semi truck. And I saw on the internet I can get a box truck and I can get this freedom and I can make $10 million a week, right? And I'm like, bro, you're not going to be able to pay yourself as a single owner operator in a box truck what that company is paying you based on what they're telling me they're getting paid. Well, what you mean, Mark? My favorite content creator said I could make $200,000. The truck could make $200,000. I said, you're not going to be able to pay yourself. Well, how? This is where the ignorance comes in. Because $200,000 is a very, very exorbitant number to a person who's never made $200,000. But they're still in the mind frame of an employee. So they're thinking from an employee perspective of $200,000. They're not thinking of the cost that it costs to make that $200,000. So that's when I have to start breaking down the numbers. And I started to ask the question, all right, well, what you going to do? You going to rent or buy? Most of them say they're going to start off renting. So we start calculating the cost. I said, well, fuel on average is about 20 to 30%. You planning on renting a truck, that's going to be about $1,000 a week, give or take. So now we're looking at about another $50,000, $60,000 for the first year. Fuel is another 30%. So now we down to $100,000. Just off them 2 points, one fixed and one variable. There's plenty other variables. We still haven't covered insurance, and we already 50% out the window. So even if your truck gross is 200, your box truck gross is 200, that's 50% gone right there, more than 50%. We ain't covered insurance, we ain't covered food, we ain't covered factoring costs, we ain't covered tolls. So how you gonna pay yourself this money? Then the conversation gets quiet. They stop talking. What you thought? You thought when they put up that you gonna make the truck make 200 that you took 200 on? So you mean to tell me, Mark, I'm making more as a company driver than if I got a box truck? Yeah. Because even that 125, that 130 that you're making as a company driver, even after taxes, you still coming out ahead. To make that type of money, to pay yourself the type of money that you're making right now as a company driver, you're gonna need a few trucks. To pay yourself, which means as an employee of your company, for that company companies have to generate enough money to cover the cost, right? To sustain the business, still have some cash flow, because these guys, they don't understand cash flow. They don't understand cash flow, working capital. You still got a cash flow. And then pay yourself. One truck, one box truck, you're not going to be able to pay yourself $100,000. You're not. And then you call me with these fallacies and this role playing shit, and then I have to be the bad guy, which I'm really the good guy because I'm the only guy that's really telling you the truth, because I'm breaking down the numbers and I'm speaking from reality instead of fantasy. And you just don't realize the shit. Then what you got to understand is your first year, you're going through the learning curve. And that shit ain't free. The learning curve is not free. The mistakes that you're going to make, the trials and the tribulations, the ebbs and flows of business, that shit going to cost you money. And you have to account for that. But even if you had a spectacular year, the cost to generate that type of money is going to be more than 50%. You're paying for the insurance. You're paying for the fuel. You're paying for the maintenance repairs. You're paying for the hidden costs like deadhead miles. You got to account for taxes, equipment. You still got a cash flow. A lot of these guys that you see call in, they don't understand what cash flow is. This is why when they have a repair or the truck breaks down, they call crying. Why? Because the guys who don't do the accounting, when the money comes in, they into the business account, they Zelling their baby mama this, they cash apping their baby mama that, they commingling funds. They think whatever's left after they ran a week and the money that's left in the account, they feel like that's what they made. Nah, nigga, you gotta, whatever that money is left, you still got a cash flow. So whatever is left, you need to, okay, so this is what's left. I still got to pay myself, but the business still has the cash flow. Whatever's left, that doesn't mean that's your money. And that's why when something happened, you ain't got the money, because everything that's always been left, you thought that shit was yours. Nah, the business got a cash flow, pimp. You mean to tell me you're richer than the business? Get the fuck out of here, bro. You done drained the whole business. Now the little motherfucking truck that broke down in the middle of nowhere, you ain't got a goddamn dollar to your name, because you robbed from the sustainability of your own business. Mark, what does that mean? So that gross revenue number that you see your favorite people put up, that shit sound good. But that net income is a completely different story, pimp. And that's the part that a lot of new guys don't calculate. They leave a six-figure job, or they aspire to leave a six-figure job thinking they upgrading, when in reality, they taking a financial step backwards, at least at the beginning. Now, it's okay if you are in the mind frame and you understand, yo, I got to take a step back because I want to build this company to scale, so I understand it. But most of the guys that call in, they don't want to do that. They just want to replace their company job with a box truck. They don't desire to scale. And they think that they're going to replace that $120,000, $110,000, $130,000 job with a box truck, and it's going to meet them where they're at, right? From a pay scale, or it's going to exceed that. And what they don't realize until I talk to them and break the numbers down, that they're actually taking a financial hit because they're looking at the gross number. They're in the mind frame of an employee still. It's an illusion. Social media is fueling it. A lot of their favorite content creators, because, people like the people that sell them the hope. Like the guy who called in yesterday, Mark, we pray. We do pray. I pray. But when you were old school person, you had older parents, boomer parents, great generation, silent generation, grandparents. There was a lot of wisdom back then, a lot of sayings. And one of those sayings was, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. See, social media and a lot of these influencers now, these young motherfuckers, they just say, oh, no, it's going to work. Hope, hope, hope. And then when motherfuckers go out there and jump out the window on some YOLO shit, and the shit don't go that way, you got van life now. You got a lot of motherfuckers around the internet talking about, yeah, they YOLO and they lost everything and now they living in a van. Talking about van life, living in a goddamn it on the side of a highway or living in a Walmart parking lot in their car. Because they just let motherfucker tell them, yo, hope it's gonna work out. And God willing, it do, but you always have to still prepare. That's why we do a risk analysis. We measure our risk. Do we have a high risk tolerance or do we have a low risk tolerance? If you got a high risk tolerance, yeah, you can make riskier decisions. You can take more risk than a person with a low risk tolerance. A lot of these guys that have already built a foundation because they have a career that has allowed and afforded them to build this foundation, home ownership, family, kids that are in extracurricular activities like soccer and, cheerleading, all this shit that you pay for. You got to keep up with that. Now you have to measure your risk tolerance. Yo, do I have a high enough risk tolerance to be able to take the risk of leaving the secure job and starting a business? That's a risk. That majority of the people that take this risk fail. Do I have enough working capital to sustain the learning curve? Do I have enough money saved to cover the cost at home while I figure this shit out? What's the exit strategy? How long do I give this shit that if it doesn't work, I have to return to my job? These people that call in, they don't have none of that. We've had plenty of people call in that have lost everything because a motherfucker done sold them a dream on the internet. There was a lady called in 2 weeks ago. Everything gone. She pulled her 401k to start she let a motherfucking influencer pull her 401k to start a box truck business. She failed. Now she hitchhiking at the goddamn truck stop. So nah, motherfucker sell you hope. Me, I'm going to say hope for the best, but still prepare for the worst. Still analyze your risk. Don't put yourself out there. You might not be able to afford to take such a high risk based on certain situations or, certain bills or certain lifestyle, certain costs that you've already built for yourself. You may not have enough money saved You can't tell those kids, yo, I quit my job. I pulled my 401k out like that lady, and I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I lost it, and now we got to go live in a van. Because if she would have analyzed her risk, she would have realized she didn't know what the fuck she was doing. The money that she had wasn't enough, and she would have looked at them kids and said, you know what? I can't afford to take this risk. I need to keep my job because I got 2 kids that are school age that depend on me. Unfortunately, I need the security. She didn't have enough money. That $40,000 went quick. That $40,000 went quick. So people that's telling people to quit their job, I don't respect people like that. I never tell a motherfucker to quit their job. You know why? Because most of the people that come into this industry from a owner, operator, or business perspective fail. The majority of them fail. And the number, the margin is even close from success and failure. 85, 90% of motherfuckers that come into this shit fail. 85, 90% fail. So what I do is I explain the risk. And I understand that risk today, when you explain it, especially on social media where it's a lot of illusion, is perceived as pessimistic. Which, if you study business and you've took business courses and college courses in business, there's courses on risk assessment, risk analysis. It's something that should be built into your business plan, but we understand that most motherfuckers don't have a business plan. That should explain to you the level of ignorance of the people that are coming into this industry, that risk assessment, risk analysis is perceived as pessimistic. A person who has a job, any job, has something valuable, consistent play. Let's speak from a CDL perspective for the guys that, you know, have this mindset that they're going to come out ahead as an owner operator, single owner operator, not the guys that come in with the mentality of skill. Those guys understand a little bit more. With the owner operator, I mean the CDL guys that are being fueled by this illusion, what they don't understand is right now they got consistent pay, their fuel is covered, maintenance is covered, insurance is covered, freight is already lined up. But when you jump into ownership, especially at a lower scale, and there's another thing I don't understand. If you already a CDL guy and you want to become an owner operator, you become a goddamn semi-truck owner operator. You want to come down. And I know why they want to do that. Because the barrier to entry is lower from an entry cost perspective, which further tells me that they ain't ready. All the risk becomes yours. And if you don't understand that part before you start, you walking right into the storm without a raincoat. Because here's the thing. Here's how I look at it. And I ask these questions, and I mean, if you watch the content, you see it. I'm not making this shit up. You've seen the people call in. If you are a company driver, you got a CDL, semi-truck guy, and you do aspire to be an owner-operator, to me, from an earning potential perspective, you're going to earn more in the bigger truck. So the reason why, and they tell it all the time, they want to come out of the bigger truck from a company driver into the owner seat as a box truck. The real reason is the cost of entry. It's cheaper. They don't have the working capital. They think like, okay, I'll buy the truck, I'll start making money. But they're already in the fucked up mind frame because they're thinking the gross number that their favorite people is showing is what they're going to take home. They have not accounted for none of the cost. And then as they roll in, the money that they're taking, they're paying themselves all of it. And as soon as something happens, we see it all the time. There you go. Then that freedom that they thought that they was getting starts to feel like stress. When I listen to these guys, the more I listen to them, I just hear frustration and I hear desperation. They disguise it as they want freedom, but what you really hear is frustration and desperation. What they want is more home time, really. They want to be in control of their schedule more. They want a higher income ceiling. And sometimes those things can be achieved inside of the world that they're already in without having to jump completely into a different business model. They just don't understand it because they haven't done the research. The freedom that they want, that they don't understand how to achieve it, comes from building systems and cash flow. If you're still having to work for money, how the fuck are you free? If you take on more responsibilities as a owner, right, versus a company driver, how the fuck are you free? Freedom is working for money, building up the money, allocating it into things so that later on your money starts to work for you. If you're still working for money, you're not free. Freedom is money working for you. But you have to work for money in order to get the money to work for you. You got to build up the money. That's the part people don't understand. You're going to work harder as an owner operator than you'll ever work as a company driver. And if a motherfuckers tell you different, they a lie. You can tell them to come to my channel, we'll debate, we'll put the money up. Whatever they want to bet, we'll put it up. I've been challenging this debate for 3-4 years. Ain't a motherfucker came and took it yet. You know why? Because a lot of the people that promote that, if they come in and they lose, it's going to be detrimental to their credibility, and whatever products they got to sell, they ain't going to be able to sell them no more. They rely on fools and ignorant people. Because people who live in the real world, who have real bills and real responsibilities, don't fall for dumb shit. Because if the shit was so fucking good like they make it, then everybody would be doing it. And the one time it was like that, for a year and a fucking half, everybody was doing it. That was Q2 going into Q3 2020, all the way to goddamn it Q1 of 2022. When the shit was too good to be true, everybody was doing it. That was the only period, as long as I've been in this fucking industry, where you could be a complete fucking idiot and still be profitable. You didn't have to know your costs. You didn't have to know anything, because the rates and the pay was just so exorbitant that a fool could still make money, and fools did. That was the only time. When you start a business, you have less freedom. Not more. Because now every problem is your problem. Every bill is your bill. Every mistake is your mistake. You a company driver and your truck break down, you call in, they swap you trucks. You keep on rolling. It ain't like that. That one call as a company driver, maybe 2 calls, it's way more calls as an owner operator. And money coming out your account. And time lost. Hold on. TikTok said I had to do something over on TikTok. You got to understand that. You got to understand that. You might not be chasing freedom. You think you might be chasing freedom, but you chasing a different type of trap. You know, people, young motherfucker call they job and work the trap. Now I'm going to the trap. Nigga, you just exchanged one trap for another one. And that's cool. But you got to understand what you're investing in. And that's what a lot of people just that are coming into this industry, they just don't understand. So what we're gonna do now? That's the lecture for the day. We're gonna open up the phone lines. We're gonna open up the phone lines. Hold on. Let me see. Where's the phone? Give me a second. Where is the phone? There you go. Let's turn on the phone lines. And we're gonna take calls. Let me turn on the line. Give me a second. Give me a second. Where is the phone? There go the phone. All right. Boom. Phone line is open. 312-772-5483. 312-772-5483. Phone line is open. CDL driver quitting to be a box truck. Tell me your thoughts. Let me know your thoughts. Phone line is open. 312-772-5483. Phone line is open. Got people on TikTok. We got 100-something people watching on TikTok today. Then it went down. Once I started kicking that shit, all the motherfuckers who want to be sold a dream, they started leaving. Nah, fuck that nigga, man. That nigga, no. No. A lot of people, they don't want to be told the truth, bro. I realize that. Y'all see it here all the time. Motherfucker come on, argue, want to debate, and then 3 months later, man, I just had to call back in to tell you, man, you was right, man. You was right. Remember the guy who got the Enterprise truck? He reached out to me recently. He reached out to one of the comment sections. Told y'all he wasn't in the business no more. He failed. When he called into the show, y'all told me I was wrong. See, the motherfucker who told me I was wrong, what y'all wasn't doing, what y'all wasn't doing the math. See, I'm in my head doing the math. He rented the truck. He had to put a $5,400 deposit down. He didn't have any working capital. It was a matter of time. And he reached out and he said, you was right. You can't start a business all on hope. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. I just don't understand this shit, bro. Like, well, whatever, it's what it is. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. See, y'all don't want to hear that shit. Y'all don't want to hear that shit. I get it. Somebody said, "Damn, should I just be a CNA? This industry crazy. You should be whatever it is you want to be." You just got to understand what you're getting into before you get into it. That's the only thing that I'm saying. To simplify this whole message today, don't invest into something that you don't understand, and measure your risk. Most of the people that come into this industry now, they don't understand what they're getting into because they haven't taken the time to fully understand it by researching it, right? And they haven't measured their risk. They chasing an illusion, right? And a lot of the desperation that they have is fueling it because of social media, those dopamine hits that they're getting from scrolling. We in a society now where everybody want to keep up with the Joneses and shit like that. So a person today who's making $125,000, $130,000, to some people that may be a lot, to some people it may not be a lot, but to be honest with you, it's a lot more than what a lot of people are making. And I think we got to a point today where people, one, just ain't thankful for what they have and they're not counting their blessings. In about 5 years, and I say this all the time, and I've been saying it for a few years now, and Elon Musk just recently said it. Elon said you got 4 years. In a few years, having a job is going to be a privilege. So that's why I despise people on the internet that tell people to quit their job and chase freedom as far as entrepreneurship. Because in reality, most people that start a business fail. This is not to, and I'm not saying don't start a business. I'm saying analyze and measure your risk. A lot of people do it ignorantly. If you can afford to do it and you have a plan, then yes. You have a foolproof plan, yes. Meaning I'm going to enter here. I have money to cover the cost of sustaining the business while we master the learning curve. I have money to cover the cost of living from a personal side for 6 to 12 months. And I have a plan that if it doesn't work, I know when to pull the trigger and say, forget it. We gave it a year. If we can't get it to pop in a year, then we have to, reassess. I mean, we may have to pull the plug on it. That is a responsible business owner. I also consider a responsible adult. You said wife don't want you in trucking because of the negative health that comes with it, but it's always good to hear Mark talk about it. Well, yeah. It takes a toll on your body. It's depending on what niche you're in. Obviously, I come from the household good and final mile niche. So from a physical aspect, but then from like an OTR aspect, yeah, sitting and bouncing around, sitting on your prostate all that time and bouncing around and not exercising and, not a lot of healthy food options. And yeah. But that's still on the individual as well, too. You can get out the truck, walk. You can get a Planet Fitness membership and, make sure you hit a Planet Fitness. Try to hit a Planet Fitness a few times a week. You can walk around the truck 1,000 times. You can jog across the goddamn truck stop parking lot. That's on the individual. You can, cook and on your truck healthier options. That's all on the individual, So it's still kind of no excuse as far as the exercise and the food, but sitting in that upright position, sitting on your prostate, all that shit, yeah. Over a period of time, it could be detrimental. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, post notifications. Why you say it'll be a privilege, Mark? Because we see jobs getting replaced with automation, technology, AI. More jobs are going to continue to be replaced. You got unskilled labor, you got skilled labor, and then you got professionals. I think the safest bet is going to be skilled labor. You see unskilled labor has been getting displaced for the past 10 years already. You currently see professional jobs being displaced by AI. Block just laid off 50% of their staff last week in one swoop, 50% out of there. Because a lot of the professional jobs, AI can do that. Call centers, sales, marketing. You don't need none of that shit no more. Coding. Shit is coding itself. Claudebot is amazing. My homie's Claudebot went down the other day and it fixed itself. So I think the safest bet are skilled labor. I tell people this all the time, but everybody, shit going over their head, so whatever. Skilled labor is the way to go. Ivan Tony said, all facts spoken. I went through it my first year, 100 all facts spoken 100. I went through it my first year as owner operator. Shout out to Ivan Tony. Appreciate you. Phone line is open, man. 312-772-5483. Shout out to people that was watching on TikTok. Hey. Shout out to people that's watching on Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Phone line open. We're going to turn the timer on in a minute. Shout out to Ro in the building. Shout out to Eddie in the building. Shout out to Sincere in the building. Valise, 608. Midwest Trucker says, with this war going on, prices at the pump already jumping. Went from $3.30 to $4.89 here in OKC. Yeah, it's something that was to be expected. King Marcus, I'm a driver. I drive a diesel fuel tanker. I make $100K and I'm grateful and not going nowhere. Shout out to King Marcus. Our grinds. What up, Mark? You are one of the realest dudes out here, whether people want to hear it or not. Numbers don't lie, and that urges people's feelings. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I realized that early on, and when I started doing content, that I understand this content thing now. I understand people use it to leverage themselves to sell products, right? That's where the money comes in. And when you look at it from an aspect like that, if a person has a product to sell, even if they know the truth, it's like they can't really tell you the truth because it's going to deter people away from whatever it is they have to sell, right? So let's say, for instance, if I had a mentorship program, and a lot of these mentorship programs go for 5 figures, $10,000, $20,000 in this industry, depending on who you go with. And I had a quota that I have to reach. The last thing I would want to do is deter people, right? If I got them, I'm selling them, and they're close to the edge to pulling this trigger. I know tax time is right around the corner, and they're going to give me their old tax check. The last thing I want to do is give them the harsh realities of the industry. I'm going to sell them all the highlights. I'm not going to sell them the lowlights. I'm not going to give them the realistic viewpoint so that they could say, you know what? I'm still ignorant. I haven't done enough research. I appreciate you for being forthcoming with me and truthful, but I'm ignorant. I didn't know the margins in this industry were that small. I didn't know the exorbitant cost that came along as being an owner operator, I was just under the impression it was just I get a truck, download a load board, pay a subscription, get my authority, and hit the road. So let me pump the brakes a little bit, and then I'll circle back to you later, and then you'll probably never hear from that person again, because once they really get down to the nitty gritty and they start to do a deep dive analysis, which they should have did in the first place, a lot of people will probably say, you know what, this is more than what I thought it was. And after measuring my risk, I'm not in a position to take this risk right now. I have responsibilities that I can't afford to take it. So that's why. So it's, because I don't have anything like that. And even if I did, I'm just not the type of individual that just is going to mislead nobody. You know what I'm saying? Not like that lady that called up a few weeks ago who pulled her 401k out. If she would have called into my show, reached out to me first and told me she was considering withdrawing her quitting her job, withdrawing her 401k, taking the penalty to start a boxing business, I would have told her no. And guess what? There would have been a percentage of people that would have said, yo, don't listen to him. Fuck what he talking about, man. YOLO. You got to do it. You ain't going to never know until you do it. But these motherfuckers ain't thinking about them 2 kids that she talked about. They not measuring the risk. They not realizing that $40,000 is all she had. And now that she's failed and you hear the story, the content creator that she went to that said, yo, I ain't going to talk to you until you pay me the money, which forced her to go withdraw her 401k. Ain't none of them people that she spent money with reaching in their pocket to help her out right now. None of them. So when you are realistic and you give the truth, you'll never be the popular person in today's society. Most people want to be sold a dream. Most people want to be sold hope. Most people don't want to think logically. So it's unfortunate, but this is where we at right now. We got a bunch of people in YouTube and the likes ain't even 50%. Make sure y'all hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. Phone line is still open, man. 312-772-5483. Line is open. So even with the fuel situation and it, depending on where you are on my channel, as far as if you watch often or if you're in the Discord or one of the members, it was a way to offset this as an owner operator as far as the spiking in the fuel. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to save that for like Discord conversations and shit like that. So, but even still, that goes back to what I'm talking about, forecasting. That's what we talking about, ebbs and flows. That's what I was talking about last week as far as the uncontrollables. A lot of things you can't control. You can't control war. And how it's going to affect you. There's no preventative maintenance on that. That's an uncontrollable that may affect you negatively. That's why we say hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. This is why we preach cash flow. Situations like that, depending on how bad it gets, is going to differentiate the real from the fake. Motherfucker who fool gonna start complaining about the shit. Motherfucker who a real entrepreneur, who really about that entrepreneur in that business life, they ain't gonna complain at all, because what's known don't need to be explained. You know eventually something gonna happen. Just roll with it, but you prepare for it. Somebody on TikTok said, you got the new people scared. Just go to church. You scared, go to church. They ain't even going to church no more, man. Motherfucker ain't even. Damn, let me stop cussing when I'm talking about church. People ain't even went back to church since the pandemic. Scared, go to church. If a person who on the new and they scared, you know what? They ain't ready yet. You know why? Because everything that I'm telling and that I'm saying, they did their research, it was no need to be explained. And we just talking about like this is an uncontrollable economic downturn. We ain't even got into we ain't even talking about competition. We ain't talking about the experienced people standing on inexperienced people's neck and taking advantage of them. So if they scared, then they ain't ready. That mean they ain't got enough working capital. That mean they playing with their tax money. Or I should say they gambling with their tax money. You dig what I'm saying? Don't gamble with your tax money. Cause I ain't told no lies. The phone line open, 312-772-5483. Whether you got something good to say or you want to debate it, the line open. Hello?
Mark, this Tone. I'm new to the channel. How you doing, man?
What up, brother?
All right, man. Yeah, man. I be watching a lot of your content, man. You know, I'm a CDL driver too, you know, and I'm gonna keep it real with you because I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, and you know, I'm just kind of at this point just taking my time. You know, I got my LLC and my credentials and everything like that, but you know, the way I'm viewing it for when I do get ready to hop out there, you know, I'm saving up my capital. You know, I'm still working at the company I'm at, I'm driving for them. But my plan is to pay, you know, my household bills up for 6 months because, you know, prior, you know, the first year is rough. You're going to be kicking out for a lot of stuff. So if I'm out on the road and my family home struggling to pay bills, that don't sit right with me. You get what I'm saying? So my family's good back at home. That gives me time to, you know, elevate my knowledge of the business and figure out what decisions I need to make because I'm still learning about my CPM. You know, I'm still, you know, and another thing I was considering was also when I hop out there, you know I got to pay, but I feel like it's worth it in the end. I'm going to get me a CPA because as far as taking care of all the books and all that, that's a lot. That's a lot. So, you know, I'd rather just pay somebody so they can take care of that aspect so that way I know, like you said, putting money in the right spots because the key to this game is to survival. If you good with money and you got somebody to take care of that for you, that gives you even a better chance. So my thought process to it, I'm just trying to give myself the best chances possible for when I do hop out there. But I'm not in no rush. I'm taking my time. I analyze my markets. You know, the DC and Baltimore, you know, they got the port. You know, DC got a lot of construction work, so they said that'd be good in my market because right now I run regional, so I get home twice a week. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's no need for me to switch over because over the road that's a dead mission for me. I got 2 kids, so I'm not going to do that one, but I'm going to stick to regional. And then, you know, I'm just going to get out when it's time for me to get out there. I'm just going to take my chances and just see how things go.
So you going to quit the semi-truck to do a box truck?
Nah. I ain't gonna lie. I was actually leaning towards a tractor.
Oh.
But cause I already drive tractor, so I ain't gonna lie to you. I was thinking about box trucks at first, but then I thought about like that don't really make sense. If I'm already driving the tractor, I might as well do something that I'm already familiar with. You get what I'm saying? So that's my whole niche to it. You know, I don't know everything, you know, but I'm just taking this time to really thoroughly educate myself and really know what I'm really about to get myself into. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
So that's where I'm at with it. You know, right now, you know, a couple months back, my credit score was messed up. Like my shit was in the 4s, but now I'm going through credit repair right now. My credit went up to about 670. So you know, I'm all about believing in setting yourself up. Like you got to set yourself up correctly because if you come into this game and you just coming out here aimlessly off of stuff you've seen. I mean, it's not gonna really work out in your favor. You got to do your own research and really factor in the risks and how much it's gonna cost to run that truck and the proper taxes you got to take out. Make sure you put money to the side for fuel. Make sure the company got money. But like I said, if I pay my bills up for 6 months and I'm coming home with a little tiny bit, I can sit with that because, like I said, my family is good, and that gives me time to really, get my reputation up and so on. So my thing is to you is that with me saying all that, what what do you think? Do you think getting a CPA that's a good approach in the beginning, especially if I'm not in that field, so I don't know how to manage books. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I think it's good to have someone that's gonna manage that for you.
Okay.
Because at least it's being
Okay.
managed. I mean, if you watch my show, everybody that calls in, for the most part, 100%, the biggest thing plaguing this industry from an owner operator perspective, and I think that one of the main reasons why the majority of the people that come in fail is because of that
Right.
reason. Obviously, they lack the understanding prior to coming in, because if they did, they would have things like that in place. But even with coming
Okay.
in, they just don't do their books. They don't under
Yeah. Yeah. Cause
they don't do their books. I listen, to me, it don't make no sense why you would take your money, whether you taking a little money and keeping your fingers crossed. And we've seen people that have come in with healthy working capital and still failed in a short period of time, but both because they didn't manage their books.
right. Right. Yeah, and that's the main thing. It's all about managing your books, And like I said, I got 2 kids, man. I'm 33. I don't. If I'm gonna take a chance, I'm gonna make sure I go all in and I know what the fuck I'm doing because
Well,
it's no
well,
sense
well,
in
well,
that.
well. Here's the thing. See, all in. You would want to say manage your risk, do a risk assessment. I don't think if you got 2 kids, you can't say, here, do what you want to do. I learned to just, what? Let me not get too, because here's the thing. When you say, yo, I got 2 kids, I'm just gonna go all in. To me, that's like, man, I'm just gonna go all in and YOLO. If it don't work, it don't work. But then you said you got 2 kids, so do you really go all in, or do you analyze your risk, you create a plan,
Right. Right.
and you try to follow your plan, but what's the exit? I don't think a person who has, when you have kids and shit, that just lowers your risk tolerance. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Unless you have
Right.
healthy capital, but even still, if you got healthy capital, you still have to have a plan, because if if year one you've exhausted 75% of your money, and now this is all you got left is the 25% of what you started with, do you continue to go on, or what do you do? Man, you got kids, you got,
Right. Okay.
swimming lessons, you got pom pom shit, you got
Football.
AAU uniforms and shit you gotta buy, you got tuition, you got this, that, and the third. You see what I'm saying? So do you still go
Yeah.
all in, or did you have a plan? You executed your plan, it didn't go all the way to plan, and you take an exit and maybe go back to work or do something else. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, cause I was looking at what you were saying. Like you said, the first year, just give it a try, see how it goes. If it's successful, then once I get a little deeper in things that don't going decent, I'm able to come away with a decent amount of money, not a whole lot, but enough to pay my bills and take care of the business. I'm cool with that. But once we get further on down that line and things are really starting to work out, then I'm gonna set myself up for a 10-year plan and plan my exit. Because I don't plan on doing this for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? I want to
Mhm.
be able to sit back and let my money work for me.
Mhm.
So I'm still I don't know everything,
How old
but
are you?
I'm just
How old are
educating
you?
myself. I'm 33.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm still trying
So
to
so let me ask
analyze
you this. Let
everything.
me ask you this. Let me ask you. I'm just curious, because you plan on leaving the company and get your own tractor trailer and do it on your own, right? That's what your plan is,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Let me ask you this. What are you generating right now as far as your income as a company driver?
I'm bringing about 70.
70. What do you think you can get
Yeah.
to as a company driver, even if it requires you having to switch niches, maybe switch companies? Like, how much do you think you could get to as a company driver?
I mean, anything is possible. I could possibly might be able to get to 90 to 100. You know, because I've been in this game prior for about driving trucks altogether 2 years. But as far as tractor trailer experience, I got uh, about a year and a half.
All right, now let me ask you this: you come out of the company driver, you jump in as an owner operator. What are you expecting to pay yourself as an owner operator?
Weekly,
Just in a year. Give me
anywhere
your
but
year. What do you expect to pay yourself? I'm just checking to see where your head is at.
well, being realistic, everything got kicked out for probably about 50, 60 maybe.
So, and do you plan on scaling, or you just plan on being just a single owner operator, just you and your truck?
Well, I plan on scaling, but I want to master what it takes to, run one truck, do it one at a time. So that my plan is to scale.
Okay, what does scale look like to you?
Scaling look like to me, of course, the obvious. You get more trucks, but it also requires, more day-to-day work, more expenses, growing, getting
No,
customers.
I'm saying as far as like how
get,
many trucks do you plan on? Like, what's your outlook on how many trucks you plan on scaling to? Sky's the limit, or do you have like 3 trucks, 5 trucks, 10 trucks?
being realistic for right now, um, anywhere between maybe 4 trucks.
Okay.
Just being realistic.
Okay. So let me ask you this: how long do you plan, and are you prepared to take a financial hit? Because you already admitted that you're going to take a financial hit as far as income is right. As far as income yearly, right, until you scale high enough to even meet what you're getting paid now and exceed that. How long
Okay.
can you?
How long do you think?
No, I'm asking you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, my first year, I give it being realistic. Me still learning, going through my learning curve the first year, and then my second year, I put all my knowledge to the test. So I say roughly anywhere between maybe 2.5, 3 at the latest, but two years is the goal.
So you saying 2
2.5
years
years.
you plan on taking a financial hit, right, to your income?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, with your current cost of living, because what we're doing right now, we're just doing an exercise and we're just measuring your risk.
Okay.
Taking a $25,000 hit per year, what does that look like?
Well, like I said, my girl, she has a daughter, so that's like my daughter, and my son, he stays with his mother. So I get my son on the weekends.
No.
So
That's
with
fine.
that,
But what does it look like, right? Because if you're going to plan on taking a hit, then something has to happen. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm trying to get you to understand that, so when you go back to your business plan, you can analyze this more effectively.
okay. Um. So basically, you asking me,
You definitely gonna have to
am
decrease
I
your
ready?
lifestyle, bro.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't, me and the fam, we go out every now and then. I don't drink, I don't party, I don't do any of that mess. But
No, that's
I'm
fine. You're
pretty.
not doing it now, but with the understanding that you are coming in and you're gonna take a substantial hit. You figure like if you're making 70, let's say 75 now, that's 33% of your income gone.
Right.
That's a big number. So what I'm
I
saying
mean, well,
is, from you're gonna have to understand, you're gonna have to decrease your cost of living. So I'm asking you, what does that look like? What I'm doing is an exercise, but I'm trying to get you in the mind frame so that when you go back and
okay.
you include this into your business plan.
You know, probably gonna have to, cut out,
I'm not telling me. I'm not. You don't need to tell me. I'm telling you because I see. I asked you and I see that you didn't know it. So I'm telling you. So you're gonna have to decrease your cost of living, but then simultaneously while you increasing your cost of living, the cost of living is going up. So you're lowering your lifestyle all while the cost of living is going up because you're taking a 33% hit on your gross income year over year.
Okay, okay. Um, to answer, well, like you said, I'm probably gonna have to go back to the drawing board on that one. I'm gonna keep it funky with you. That's another thing to take into account, and I'm gonna have to analyze that a little bit more too as well. Just to be all the way real with you. But yeah, that's where I'm at, man. That's where I'm at.
Well, based on what you told me, bro, just make sure you got enough money saved up.
Yeah. I'm working on my capital now, getting everything up, and everything is paid so far right now. Everything is in good shape. So just gonna keep on, running up my capital as much as I can, and when the time is right, the time is right. But
10-4. 10-4.
But yeah, man, I appreciate you, man, having me on the call, man, on the show, man. I just wanted to, get a chance to talk to you and just let you know kind of where I'm at with things and where my head's at and how I'm thinking and how I plan on going about certain things and like that. And whether just to tell me, well, you're on the right track or it's a couple of things you need to do, stuff like that.
Here's the thing, bro. I've kind of shied away over the years of, telling people what to do because, I know social media, like trucking, when I first started doing content a few years ago, the space was a lot different than it is now.
Oh, yeah.
Telling the truth now is not villainized. Like I'm not villainized the way that I was 2-3 years ago, right? Because the euphoria of the lingering from the pandemic, that shit is long gone, right? And a lot of those creators and a lot of those individuals who were very, very hopeful that used to villainize me, they still fucked up out here in these streets. I'm still here. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
So, now
Yeah.
I don't get villainized the way that I used to for being truthful in comparison to what you see the majority of as far as hope being spread. But what I learned is, you know what? I could tell you, bro, stay at your job, but you gonna do that shit anyway. You gonna quit and do what you want to do anyway.
I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna make sure everything makes sense first. Like,
So, but here's what I'm saying. I got like my best friends, and granted, you in Baltimore, right?
Right.
I'm in Chicago, so I understand I'm in a completely different market. Like I'm in one of the freight capitals. So my homies locally that drive for mega carriers locally, they doing $2,500 a week.
Damn.
And they go home every night. So
Yeah.
if you could make that type of money a week locally, would you still want to become an owner operator?
That's a good question.
That's why
Yeah,
a question I asked you earlier is how much do you think you could make being a company driver? I just wanted to see where your head was at with it. Because I know company drivers that make well over $100,000 from a local level, but granted, I'm in Chicago. So,
Okay,
I understand that it's a different market. Like these dudes is doing crosstowns all day. Intermodal, just picking up box from one rail yard, taking it to another box all day. And they just, this is what they do, making a killing. So I get it. You dig what I'm saying? But there's opportunity there for you as a CDL driver to make money as a company driver, and you may not have to take the risk of starting a business. Now, I'm not trying to deter you. but I just want to see how much research and how much earning potential based on your research do you really understand that you could get to. You just may have to make some slight changes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
but yeah, you're right. I agree with everything you said. Because unfortunately, down here, this side of town, it's a little different with the pay in trucks in Maryland. Period. Like it's like crabs in a bucket down here. So, things are a little on the lower side on this end. But it is definitely opportunities out there because me and my wife was thinking about moving down Texas in the next couple of years. But
your girlfriend in the chat
want a
right
different
now?
scene.
Your girlfriend watch me?
Yeah.
Oh, she telling me thank you for, I guess, having this con. I'm like, thank you. I'm the girlfriend.
Yeah, because I be getting on her nerves, her last nerves.
And she don't want you to take that risk, big dog. So she thanking me for trying to talk this sense into you, big dog.
Yeah, you right, man. You ain't saying nothing wrong. I just, it's always good to hear from somebody older that been in the game and can kind of just, tell you the right
Here's
things,
what people got to realize, bro. And I'm not like, I don't want people to think, and I really don't give a fuck. You dig what I'm saying? That's why I challenge motherfuckers. I drop the link. I put the number up. If you feel different and you can challenge me, put your bag up and we can have a debate. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
But I'm not here to discourage people from being a business owner, bro. I'm a business owner. I just understand the majority of the people that want to do this are doing it from desperation, and they're doing it without fully understanding what they're getting into because they're being sold the highlights from people who are incentivized, whether they're self-incentivized or they're being paid to portray a certain, lifestyle that, being an owner operator will afford you. And that's just far from the truth, bro. Like, there's many sacrifices that I've had to make to get to the point that I've gotten to, bro. And a lot of people I know just ain't gonna make them sacrifices. A lot of discipline. And
like you said,
most people just
ain't
gonna do it, bro. A lot of people got these dopamine rushes because they scrolling on Instagram and they just want to keep up with the Joneses, bro. And they not realizing they may be in a really, really, really good situation already. And that's just what I try to get people to really realize, bro. It's not as simple as the internet makes it out to be.
Yeah, well, man, I appreciate everything, man. I mean, I definitely needed that one, somebody who's well experienced and well equipped and know what the fuck they talking about, instead of.
But if you do it, bro, just make sure you well informed. You have a full understanding of what you're getting into. Make sure you understand what you're investing into. Make sure you got enough money stacked up, bro.
Right. That's main.
For the business, right? To sustain the first year, right? That learning curve, and to cover your expenses at home. And I'm just gonna be honest with you, I haven't seen the industry get any easier.
Nah,
I've actually seen it get very, very, very hard, especially after the pandemic. Right, you got a lot more competition a lot more people to compete against, right? A lot more ignorance that also accounts for, just a lot of the shit that's going on. This whole be your own boss shit is not making it any better. And people want to be their own boss, so they find the quickest thing that has the lowest barrier to entry, and trucking happens to be one of them, which also accounts for all of the ignorance that's in the industry. But, to a veteran that's in the industry, you can take advantage of all that ignorance. But with you coming in on the new and just listening to you, bro, I just think you need to go really back to the drawing board. And I think you need to do a lot more research, and just prepare yourself a lot more, bro.
Okay. Yeah, well, I can dig it, man. That makes sense. Just need to sharpen up and get my shit together and
Your
really
girlfriend don't
make
want you to
a.
do it, big dog. She in the chat.
I know.
She don't
I, I,
she don't want you to do it, big dog.
yeah, man. Like I said, I'm
Hey,
listening to what you're saying.
you a local
Taking
driver.
it
You
all
you
in.
currently a local driver, right?
Now I'm regional.
You regional? Yeah, she don't want you to do it, big dog.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause it's hard to get in them local jobs, man. I applied for so many, man. It's
You
just
might
I
have to
keep
you
getting
might have to move
denied.
around, big dog. Baltimore ain't really shit shaking out there, bro. On a local level.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, oh nah, definitely on the local level.
So if you want local, you
Yeah,
might have to transition. But then if you transition to
right.
like a big market like up here, then shit, you're gonna make more, but your cost of living gonna be more. Way more.
Like down south and all that.
I I'm talking about like a big market. Like here in Chicago, it's a lot of local opportunity.
Okay.
But you'll make more money, but then your cost of living is gonna be a lot higher than what it is in Baltimore.
Right, so it's like the same thing almost. Okay.
It depends on you and your lifestyle.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Well, like I said, man, I'm gonna take it all in, and it's something to definitely sleep on and think about, and make sure I make the best decision, because I know my decisions could possibly affect everybody around me. So, gotta go back to the drawing board and make it
Just go
make
back to
sense.
the drawing board, big dog. Man, sit down at the table with your girl, man. Just do a risk assessment, bro. And just make sure you got a full
Okay.
understanding of what you get into before you get into. Understand the risk. Make sure you got enough money, bro.
Okay. All right, man. Well, I appreciate it, man. I'll catch you on the next one. Next time you go live, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate you for having me, man.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Yeah. 312-772-5483. Phone line is open. Phone line is open. What down?
Hey, what's up? I'm trying to call in to Mark's show, man.
You on the line? What up?
Oh, okay, man, it's crazy. I was just watching, but yeah. So I want to ask this question, right? Have you ever had somebody on here who you say is prepared to start as you speaking to them?
Is prepared to start, so they haven't started yet.
Yeah, have not started, but like I'm new to yours, right? I've been watching Vic, Antro, Mike, those guys, some of the box truck bros a little bit and stuff like that. And I'm a little bit new to yours, but like you say, I know sometimes you say when you tell the truth, it make you seem like you hate, but I understand it's not hating, it's just the truth is hard. But have you ever been speaking to somebody on the line and you like, oh, okay, yeah, you seem like you ready to start?
I mean, yeah, I've talked to people where they might have had the capital, but they didn't have the understanding. And I don't measure, like I know a person who's new ain't gonna have the level of business acumen as it pertains to this industry. I've been doing this since 2010. So I measure it from a basic level understanding. I can tell when somebody call in who ain't did no research, none whatsoever.
Okay.
Because the ignorance is just so overwhelming. Like you could just tell.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So the main issue that a lot of people have coming into this industry is a lack of understanding from a basic level. And just with that lack of understanding, the working capital. If you don't have an understanding, then you ain't gonna have the working capital. Because if you do have a basic understanding, you're gonna understand that you need working capital. You dig what I'm saying? So they kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, so one of my concerns right now, right, with me getting ready to start is I feel like I'm gonna be able to get some good funding, right? I feel like I'm gonna be able to get some good credit, but like how you say about having the amount of expenses saved up in case something
I'm
happens
totally against that. I'm totally against that.
against the credit card.
Yeah.
Why is that?
If you need to start your business with credit, to me, you ain't ready. To me, cash is king. To me, you borrowing money against the credit is a loan. The barrier to entry is low. So you're gonna start in debt. Most people fail. The learning curve is expensive.
Okay,
Let
and then
me ask you, you want to do a box truck, right?
Yes, sir.
You want to start from a rental aspect, or you want to own the truck?
No, sir. I want to start purchasing.
You want to come in with the truck already owned?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. How much money?
Financing. Let me not say own, but finance.
All right. So look, let me ask you this: how much money do you think you need to start this business?
I'd say about 15.
15,000. That's it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna challenge that later. So why you just can't go make 15,000 real quick?
I can't. It's not about the making the money. You know what I'm saying? It's about why I'm trying to start.
All right.
So I make like how you just said with the last dude. I make pretty decent bread right now, you know.
Right.
But my reasoning behind trying to start right is I'm a transportation supervisor actually for a pretty decent sized company, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm working 5 days a week already. You add sometimes a Saturday, sometimes I gotta log in on a Sunday and work, and this is no extra money because it's salary, you know. So it's like, why not just work for myself, and then it can be extra money when I do work these extra days, you know?
That's fine. But let me ask you this: you said 15,000, right?
Yeah.
Tell me how you gonna allocate that.
Insurance payment, down payment on the truck.
How much the down payment on the truck gonna be? Just give me an average. What you thinking?
I'd say about 5.
Where you gonna buy this truck at?
I'm thinking about going with Enterprise Truck Sales.
Truck payment gonna be over 5. Gonna be at least 10. You understand
the down
why?
payment at Enterprise Truck Sales?
You know why?
I do not understand why.
You know why?
Why is that?
Who gonna finance the truck?
Navy Federal.
Oh, so you gonna go get funding before you go to Enterprise?
Yeah, I'm gonna get funding from Navy Federal before I'm going to Enterprise. I'm not paying for it straight up out of pocket. I'm gonna go through the credit union.
So if you paying for it out of pocket, what do you mean a down payment? You gonna go, if you gonna get the money from Navy Federal, you just gonna go to them with a check and buy the truck outright.
Okay, so so no down payment. And Mark, I'm trying to get chopped up. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get chopped up. I'm
not trying to chop you up. I'm trying to hear what you saying. But it ain't making sense. I asked you what the down payment. You said 5, but I said who gonna finance? You said Navy Federal. So if you going to Navy Federal to get the money, they gonna give you the money. You gonna give the money to Enterprise, and you gonna pay Navy Federal back a lower interest rate. So how are you planning on acquiring this truck?
I plan on getting my truck through Navy Federal. I just started my business account with Navy Federal. I'm sitting at about a 715 credit score right now.
You says how much credit score? I didn't hear you.
715.
All right, so you gonna go to Navy Federal to get a loan?
Yes, sir.
How much money do you gonna ask Navy Federal for?
I'm gonna ask for 45.
You just told me I said how much you think you gonna need? You said 15. So now we on for 15.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need 15.
So now listen to the question you first asked me.
Okay.
This is what I'm talking about right here.
I'm listening.
First you said 15. Now we at 45.
So I'm saying like money that I need in my pocket, I would say about 15,000. But obviously to get the business started, I need a truck, so I would have to have a loan for the amount for the truck or the capital for the truck. But my plan is to get the loan for the truck.
All right, so you get a loan for the truck, 45.
Yes, sir.
Let's say they give it to you. Then you go to Enterprise, you get the truck. So now you 45 in.
Yeah.
You can't. So when we say, yo, how much is going to cost you to start this business, we talking about all in, big dog. Why? Because now you still on the hook for 49. You still on the hook for that Michael Jordan. You did?
That makes sense. Yeah,
That shit didn't disappear.
that's true. That's true.
So now we
And I see what
45.
you're saying about the credit.
We 45.
I see what you're saying about the credit too. Because if I get a credit card now, I just got another. If something happened with the truck and I got to pay $5,500, I have another $5,500 or $5,500 expense that needs to be paid on that credit card. So I see what you're saying on that, but I think like that's. I think that's the only thing that's kind of holding me back so far. You know,
What's that?
is that like not having any. This 15 is basically like all I got, and that's the desperation piece that you talk about sometimes too. But
Yeah.
that's the only thing that got me a little bit shaky about this process. I feel like I got a good understanding. I feel like I got a good plan. I feel like I know my cost per mile. You know, but I think
dog. Fuck
that
your,
just that.
fuck your feelings. Business don't give a
Yeah.
fuck about feelings. It's about numbers.
Yeah. Yep. That's true. That's true. So I have a plan. I know my cost per mile. But the only thing that has me a little bit shaky is not having nothing
said you know
extra
your
to
cost
fall
per
back
mile.
on, you know, but
Wait, go back. You said you know
Yeah.
your cost per mile.
yes.
What's your cost per mile?
I have an estimated cost per mile of $125
How you determine
with
that?
the truck payment,
How
the
you determine
insurance,
that? How you determine that? You ain't
the amount of food per week.
you listen, you can't determine that. You ain't got you don't have no fixed or no variables to determine that. You don't know what you're gonna get the truck for. You don't know if you're gonna get approved. You don't know if you're gonna go to Enterprise and they're gonna send you through one of these brokers like Top Mark, and you gonna go in there not understanding that shit, and then they gonna go upside your head, and you gonna buy a $50,000 truck and end up paying $96,000 for it because you don't understand what the fuck it is that they present in front of you. And now you got a high cost of entry. Your cost per mile gonna be over $1.25. I could say that right now.
Is it pretty? That's pretty
regardless of
normal for
what you
people
do,
starting off.
regardless of what you do, I could tell you that confidently right now. But you can't say what your cost per mile is. You don't have no variables or no fixed cost to work with.
Okay, so it's pretty normal for it to be over
How old
125.
are you, big dog? How old are you?
I'm 28.
You 28, so your insurance is gonna be high. You got any points on your MVR?
Yeah, I got some points. My what is it called? A quote.
There you go. Get out of here, pimp. $1.25. You gonna
The
have
quote I got was 4,000 down to a month.
so. Hey, pimp, check it out. Check it out, pimp.
Yeah, yeah.
I can blindly tell you your cost per mile. Whatever it is, or however you come in, is going to be over $1.25.
What would you blindly say it is?
I'm not going to do it, but I can tell you it's going to be more than that. Just even based off the shit you telling me right now, the conversation we having. Your insurance is going to be exorbitant. Just because you young and you get points.
Okay.
You already getting quotes off of them numbers that are high, off a truck that you don't even own. What type of truck you planning on getting?
I was looking at a Hino, 26 foot.
Ooh. How much? What's the cost?
37.
What year?
I think it was 22. 21 or 22 is one of those two. Do the quotes sometimes go up once you actually get the truck?
Keep talking, bro. Keep talking. I'm listening.
I'm asking, do the quotes sometimes like go up once you actually get the truck? Like, do you get the truck sometimes? Because I'm trying to get a little bit of game too. You know, do you get the truck sometimes and you go
based off of shit that you don't even have? Once you acquire a truck and they get to going through everything, that quote that you got for 2,000 could turn into 2,400. That shit could turn into 2,500.
Okay.
Turn to 2,800.
Okay. Okay, and then
I didn't even ask you why you got points. What you got points for?
Man, I got a reckless driving back in 22.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Your favorite content creators, you say you don't watch Big. See, Big, this is why you don't watch Big Mark. Big Mark gonna tell you what it is. You ain't gonna want to hear it though. So you mean to tell me you
I
gonna go?
just got hit to your page.
Yeah, I hear you. You got a reckless driving, 28.
Yeah. Yeah, man. What's the, and then also too, I don't have like no load board access
And
right now, right? So like as a new carrier,
you want an expensive maintenance truck.
so I should probably start looking at some Freightliners or something.
Man, I'm just listening to you. I'm just listening to you, and
Okay.
I'm hitting you with the shit you telling me. I'm gonna give you
Yeah.
kudos, or I'm gonna give you thumbs down, and then I'm gonna correct you. That's all.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
keep talking. I'm
And
listening.
then I don't have load board.
I'm listening,
I
young
don't,
man.
I don't have load board access right now, right? So what do rates for brand new carriers? What do those usually look like? I'm in the
Dog,
Texas
that's
region.
farther.
Central Texas.
That's farthest from where you at right now, big dog. You need to fit. You need to come up with some structure.
Yeah.
You talking about borrowing money off credit cards. You talking about borrowing money from Navy Federal. All you talking about is borrowing. The first thing I told you earlier is cash is king.
Yeah. So you would recommend somebody wait till they got a full amount for a truck to get started?
Where you from, bro?
I'm from Louisiana.
I would recommend, based off the conversation that we having, you go back to the drawing board, you do some research. Then after you do the research, or simultaneously while you're doing the research, you formulate what's called a business plan. Right? I think you need cash.
Okay.
I think the barrier to entry is very low, and I think you can work really, 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 really hard and lower your lifestyle. And then after you get off work, go do something to supplement your income. And whatever that is, whether it be DoorDash or Uber Eats or Uber or whatever the fuck it is, take 100% of that money outside of the cost and put that into the kitty and stack that. And then use that money to enter into this business way lower than the current entry cost that you have divulged to me right now today. The last thing I would want to do is borrow money. It's not necessary, because the barrier to entry, the cost of entry is low.
But you would need a reliable truck though, right? You wouldn't want to go get like no BS truck, right?
Yeah, you do your research. You take a mechanic. You take a diesel mechanic, you invest into a diesel mechanic, and you do the research. I wouldn't buy something that's going to be hard to maintain. Like what you plan on going OTR, right?
Yeah, OTR.
What happened if the truck break down in a little bitty town? Because that's when it really happens. It really happens somewhere where you least expect it and you don't want it to break down. Hino break down in the middle of nowhere, a little bitty town. Walk me through it, big dog. What you do? You want a Hino?
Fine. Yep.
Mm-hmm. I just want to see where you at with it on research.
I want to find a mechanic, and then that's why I have my credit cards for the funding, and then I just gotta get the truck fixed.
All right. So what happened if you break down in one of these little bitty towns and the parts ain't nowhere near, and the parts on back order? Hino parts are harder to source than American parts. Some shops don't even work on Hinos. What if your truck break down in the middle of nowhere and that shit got to get towed for miles because they don't work? They might not have the software to diagnose it.
Yeah.
Your favorite content creators that you watch, they didn't tell you all this shit, big dog.
I didn't see the part about the. I didn't see nobody say nothing about the Hinos being hard on maintenance and stuff like that, or being a little bit more expensive.
We didn't cover if it's hard on maintenance. We talking about sourcing parts and shops that work on them versus don't work on them. There's shops that won't touch a Hino. And if your truck breaks down in one of these small little towns, there may be a high likelihood that they may not have the software to diagnose it and to repair it, which means you're going to have to tow it. There's somebody that watches my channel, one of my main subscribers from years. He's actually from my local market. He just had to tow his truck from Tennessee all the way back to Chicago.
Yeah, damn, he couldn't find it. Was nothing in between. Hello.
I'm listening. I'm just telling you, bro. This is the research. I'm giving you explain. I'm helping you to understand what you want to get into with the equipment that you want to get into it with. Not every place works on Hinos, bro. It's a foreign truck.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely something I need to. That's definitely something I need to look at again, man. But
so now we go back to the working.
Yeah, I think that's all.
We go back. Hold on, big dog.
What you
go
about
back to the working capital. Now you got I got roadside, but they say, yo, we gonna cover you up to X amount of miles. You gonna pay the difference.
Okay, yeah, that's something I definitely didn't think about, having to tow a long ass distance and nothing like that for sure.
So now this is when it goes to your business plan. When you get to the equipment part, you're researching the pros and the cons versus an international, versus a Freightliner, versus a Hino. This is why I encourage you to do a business plan.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's all I had then, Mark. I definitely appreciate the talk, man. I definitely appreciate the game as well.
That's all you had? I thought we was going to have a good conversation, big dog.
I don't know what else to think. I don't know where else to go from here, you know? Like, I don't know where else to ask where I could be messing up or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, where else to receive, like,
I think you need to do a lot of research, big dog. Based on what you're saying, I think your cost of entry is way higher just with the minimal shit you told me than where I would advise somebody to come in at. And even with the equipment, me personally, I wouldn't put myself in that situation.
Yeah.
I would definitely, me personally, I'm just saying I would get something Freightliner, you know, something that, you know, especially going OTR where the likelihood of I can be serviced more places than a Hino. I would definitely not be trying to come in with a $50,000 truck. I would do very, 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 you know, deep research, invest into a diesel mechanic as far as diagnosing certain trucks that I'm looking to acquire to buy. I'd have enough working capital, obviously being prepared for the unexpected, right?
Yeah.
I would have the understanding like that you didn't have as far as your age and plus the fact that you have a reckless driving on your NVR to the point where the surprise that you seem like you had when I told you, yo, your insurance is going to be very high. You should understand that and you should know that and you should be expected for it and you should be prepared for it because that's going to be detrimental to your bottom line because your insurance is going to be very high, which is going to drive up your cost per mile. Your operational cost is going to be a little bit higher than what it probably could be because of the mistakes that you've made in the past and something that you can't control, which is your age.
Yeah. Okay. And then let me see what else I could ask. What other things would you say needs to be done in preparation besides like the business plan and stuff like that? Like what are some things that a lot of people aren't actually looking at? Like some small things that people usually don't pick up on when they're preparing to enter.
Measuring their risk tolerance.
Okay, yeah, I know that's one of my things that cause I know the last dude was just talking about like the two kids and daughter, but she's stays with her mom in a different place. And my plan is to just move out my apartment, put everything in the storage. When I do need to come home, my mom's in the same city. I can just crash with her for a few days or whatever till I'm ready to go back out. So I know that's one thing I definitely was thinking of.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have like responsibility like some of your peers or competitors that may be coming in space, that's a competitive advantage because you could live like a Viking on the road and reinvest more money back into the business in comparison to, someone who has, responsibilities outside of the business that they have to adhere to, which a lot of people start to rob from the sustainability of their business to take care of those things. You don't have to worry about that, but still you still want to make sure you come in with a low cost of entry so that you still can compete, right? You still competing against tenured seasoned people who can operate cheaper than you based on what you told me. You're younger. You have made mistakes that are
Yeah.
going to affect your insurance just vicious. You still have to compete.
And then how do you feel about somebody brand new dispatching for themselves also? That is doable, right? That from what I understand, that is definitely doable.
I think person should do it because that 8, 9, 10%, you can keep that in at 9. Listen, the margins in this industry are small. 10% is a lot of money in a low margin industry. And see, that's another thing people don't, like you said, the margins. Everybody's looking at a gross number. A real business person looks at profit margins.
Mm-hmm.
You don't chase gross numbers. You chase profit margin.
And then that's another thing too, right? That I heard you ask the last caller how much he planned on paying himself. Mm-hmm. What percent that you paying yourself? What you think the percentage breakdown should be after your cost of like putting stuff aside for maintenance, your operation costs and stuff like that? How you think this should be split between paying the business and paying yourself? Like, what's a good split between that? Like 40% to the business, 60% to me, or vice versa? Or what do you think a good breakdown from that is from your perspective?
40% to the business, 60% to you. That's what you told me, big dog.
Yeah.
You have done no research. You know how I know? Because even with that example is nowhere near reality. Even from a general business perspective, who would pay the business less money? You would take more money than the business? I talked about that earlier in the lecture. How are you richer than the business?
Okay.
Do you know who Tim Cook is?
No, I have not heard of him. Who is he?
I'm trying to think of somebody else you may know.
I heard of like Grant Cardone. Let me see.
And these people you watching? These people, Grant Cardone, the shit he talks about does not pertain to you.
I was trying to name like some business people who
the Grant
Cardone, I knew of.
The business person, he's an influencer who caters to the 1%. The teachings of Grant Cardone, this shit's not gonna work for you, big dog.
Yeah.
You have to get to that level, to the point where you can understand some of that shit that he's talking about. It's a name that I know you know, but I'm trying to think of somebody because I can't really, because he got so much shit going on, and I don't know if the company has more cash on hand right now. So I'm trying to think of a company where I know the just give me a second. All right. Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
Who you think's richer, Jeff Bezos or Amazon?
Amazon.
So why would you take 60% and lead the business with 40?
I wasn't saying that was my. I wasn't saying that was my plan. I
It
was saying.
shows that's so far from reality that it's ignorant that even if you did research, your example wouldn't have been that ignorant. So let's even speak from a trucking perspective. What do you think your operational, from a percentage perspective? Let's say your first year, your truck gross is 200 grand. Well, let's make the math simpler. $100,000. What percentage of that $100,000 do you think, on average, would go to cost?
Say that last part. What percent of that 100,000 do I think is
would go to cost? Yeah.
I think out of the 100,000 that was gross, I think the operation cost would probably be about 60% of that, if not 70.
I think more, but I'll go with that in comparison to what you said originally. So even with that, how would you take 60%?
It's just like saving something for the business. But at the time, I see what you're saying. Like, if I did some more research, I wouldn't have even brought up an example of 60 to 40 to me. But I do see what you're saying on that part. I see what you're saying.
Let's break it down. I'm gonna break it down more simplistic for you. Say after a full week of running, let's say your week you made $4 grand. And after all the expenses that week, you're left with $2 grand. No, let's say 1,500.
Okay.
Out of that $4 grand, and you still haven't paid yourself yet. All the other expenses are paid. It's 1,500. You still haven't paid yourself. What would you pay yourself?
From what we're saying now, I would probably do it 60-40 towards the business, but before I probably would have did that about half and half or something with what I knew prior to the conversation. I can't see YouTube to see if you're making like some facial expressions. I don't know if you're still on the phone.
No, I mean, I know your mindset shifted after I got on you. But before that,
definitely.
You richer than the business. And you know what? Yeah. That's the example that I always talk about. Because guess what? You're going to pay yourself more money. And then as soon as you get hit with that first little situation, you ain't got no money.
Yeah.
You the example that I always talk about. But this goes back to research. And here's the thing. This doesn't pertain just to trucking. This is just general business understanding. That's why I gave you, and what I don't do is I try to give you analogies that you may know. That's why I tried to, CEO. Do you think Jeff Bezos has more money than Amazon? Amazon has way more cash than Jeff Bezos. Tim Cook, that I gave you originally, he's the CEO of Apple. Apple has way more cash on hand than Tim Cook. Even though he's a multi-millionaire, he's a multi-million-dollar per year salary, Apple has trillions of dollars in cash on hand. The business should be richer than you. Whatever rich looks like, from whatever perspective, it should be more liquid than you.
Yeah. Let's see what else I can think of. Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't really think of nothing else to add, man.
All right, big dog.
All right, Mark. I appreciate your time, man.
All right, man. Hey, he hung up quick as hell. Oh shit, bro. Man. All right, it was like a few missed calls while I was talking to him. You could call back. I got a little time. Got like another hour to kick it. Yo,
Hey, how you doing, Mark? I just asked a couple of questions as far as establishing my business that I wanted to do.
what's up? What up, yo?
I'm sorry, one more time?
I said, what's going on?
Yeah, so I'm basically right now, I'm still in the early phases of it. And right now I'm looking at as far as options as far as insurance goes. So I ran a couple of quotes, right? Right now I'm established in Florida. My home is in Florida. I got family. My mom's is still up in New Jersey. And I also got family in Boston. So I'm at the point right now. I ran some quotes. Right now, trying to get that insurance out of Florida, it's astronomical. Of course, I know you're starting in your first, 6 months of it. It's going to be, way higher.
Mm-hmm.
But if I chose to establish my business where I reestablish, I get my LLC out of Boston, I'm going to be saving over like 50 to 60% off of the insurance. Now I know when it comes to the insurance, garaging is like the biggest thing. But what I'm thinking is it a good idea? I can reestablish my residency in Boston at my family's home. And once I do that, I can pay off that insurance for 6 months. We're talking about $7,000 for the 6-month policy, all in, with the 1 million CSL with the 100K cargo. So for the first 6 months, what I'm thinking is, should I establish the business? I can run up and down the East Coast. Periodically, I come down Florida, run it up in the East Coast, New Jersey, pretty much wherever. The goal and the plan is to be regional, but not within the first 6 months, because I don't want to run no risk with insurance of me being a Florida resident and me carrying a commercial policy out of Boston.
This is what, a box truck?
Yeah, this for a box truck, 26-foot box truck.
So you say you're going to register it out of what state, the business again?
So I already have an LLC in Florida. So what I was thinking, I know if I try to get the LLC, then I become considered a foreign entity. If I try to establish that LLC out of Massachusetts. So I'm thinking, should I just create the LLC, reestablish my residency out of Boston off of my family's address, right? We're talking about driver's license and everything. And I run my business off that LLC out of Massachusetts.
How much more is the insurance? I know Florida is one of those high expensive insurance states. How much more is it? Have you done a comparison analysis to see?
Oh yeah,
so
would
be?
If we're going fresh, brand new authority and pretty much all those numbers, we're looking at like an $8,000 down payment to establish the insurance, and it's coming to about $22,000. And this is only for a 6-month policy. This isn't even a 12-month policy.
Well, what about for Massachusetts? What's the difference?
Now, if we're running Massachusetts, it was coming into at $7,300 for the 6-month policy.
$7,300 for 6 months?
Yeah.
How old are you? Hello?
So, that's what I'm saying. I ran a couple of
muted
quotes
out for a second. We didn't hear you for a quick 8 seconds. How old are you?
44.
24?
44.
44.
Yeah, driver's license is squeaky clean.
For a 26-foot box truck?
Yeah.
Who have you talked to? Have you talked to who structured your business? Did you do it yourself, or did your CPA do it?
No, everything is being done by me. I'm pretty resourceful. I listen a lot. I try not to listen to people who hype things up.
I'm gonna be honest with you. As far as like starting a company in another state to save money on insurance, I've never done that. I don't think it's illegal, but I've never done it. So I'm not gonna sit up here and say, oh yeah, and then try to talk like I done it and shit like that. I've never done it. So from a comparison analysis as far as startup cost is concerned, it sounds like it's day and night. So
Yeah,
I mean, if it's more beneficial for you to structure your business in a different state and there's no, there's nothing illegal about it, then I don't know, but I can't, like, I've never done it to sit up here and say, oh yeah,
okay.
talk about the pros and the cons, or if there's
Yeah,
anything that you
and
can get in trouble
you know, I
for and taxes and shit like that. So
yeah, because the only drawback that comes to that is, of course, Florida doesn't have no state income taxes, right? Massachusetts, I would be on the hook for paying that Massachusetts tax, when it comes to tax time.
yeah.
But I don't think it would still be more
What are
than
you,
what
a
I would be
LLC?
saving off insurance.
What are you, LLC?
LLC, yeah.
Yeah. So now I would really go talk with some type of CPA, and then let them consult that shit for you, because they know about all that shit. That's what they get paid to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I would definitely do that. So if there's
Yeah.
any,
Yeah, and I also had
loopholes, then they would know better than I would. So
okay. And I also had a question, right? Me being Florida being the home state, everybody's always saying, even when I look at the load boards that I have access to, right now it's limited. You're using your truck smart and things like that. Of course the cost, the rate per mile that they're offering down here, but I still feel like if you structure it right and you make the right relationships, even if you're running locally in Florida or you're running regional up to Georgia or Alabama, I still think there's money to be had if you're doing things the right way. I don't intend on trying to get myself into like any $35,000 truck, especially, when you're first starting out. I just don't think that's financially smart, for me at least. So I had a question, right? My father used to be somebody who used to drive in a Isuzu FTR. He's from overseas.
cab over.
And yeah, and they swear by them things. But I
He was a
don't
local
ever see
driver,
any.
right? He had to be.
Huh?
He was a local driver, right? He had to be.
Yeah, he was a local driver, and what my father used to do, he used to buy them and he would send them overseas. We were from, he's Haitian. He would send them over to Haiti.
So somebody in the chat, she's more on the compliance side, said FMCSA won't let that fly. He has to have the office where his place of business is listed.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is, like, I don't have to establish out of Florida now. I can establish myself in Boston. I can run regionally up in the Northeast because I got family in New Jersey. I got a family in Baltimore. And, when it comes time to home, if I want to leave the truck parked up there, then I just drive home. Or if I catch a load down to Florida, hey, I'll bring it down to Florida until I feel like after that 6 months is up. And then I reestablish myself because we're the insurance, because that's my only barrier right now. Establishing commercial insurance for a box truck in Florida is ridiculous.
Yeah, I heard about the insurance down there, but yeah, like I've always been established here in Chicago, so I've never inquired about setting the business here and doing the business there. So I can't. I don't even want to. You know what I'm saying? So
because by day I'm a claims adjuster, and I know insurance companies are big on that. Even us, we're big on that garaging address. Where's the vehicle going to be sleeping at night? But that's why, as opposed to, alleviating that risk and just establishing myself somewhere else, you kind of put yourself, if you did have a situation, that they're not going to be scrutinizing you if, any claims come about.
Right. But what were you saying about the opportunity that you see you could get in Florida versus?
So, I research a lot. I look, I can periodically be driving somewhere. I'll see somebody driving a box truck. They got an MC number and a DOT number on the side of it. And, I do my research. For example, as far as I'm concerned, like there's local loads to be ran in Florida. It's just like coming out, you may not find much rate per mile if you're working off the load boards. The goal is not to be working off the load board, but I fully understand what the first 6 months entails. But if you can run local loads all up across Florida from Orlando to Miami and back and forth and crisscrossing and taking things up to Georgia, if you can run 2 loads at $3.50 a day, or 2 to 3 loads a day, at the end of the week, if as far as your gas, you're not putting too much of strain as far as the cost of gas. And if I'm going into it, and if I choose to go the route where I choose to buy my truck cash, I can keep my cost per mile pretty low and still be able to, whatever I'm grossing, whatever I can, I can still net a decent amount, I feel, based off of research I've done.
So there's a guy in my Discord, 608. I don't know if he's in the chat. He has a local run he does every night. Granted, he is in a cargo van, but there are opportunities down there in Florida. But it's just networking and relationships. They may not be plentiful like some other parts of the country, where it may be more industrial and shit like that. But there are opportunities. I mean, if you've done the research and you know of these opportunities and you think that there's opportunity there for you to run local or regional, then yeah, I can't contest it or claim it because I'm not in Florida. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? So, I can't even speak. I just got to go what you say. If you've done the research for that market, that part of the Southeast, then, and you see the opportunity there, then just, pounce on it.
Okay. Gotcha. And, as far as the research, I'm still a couple of months out because I'm still trying to get the capital to, where it can be. So, the previous gentleman that you were talking to on the show, I know they were talking about the differences in the trucks and things like that. I've kind of X'd out the he knows for that simple reason. They're running the Toyota engine, and, even if you try to shop it, like, for example, just certain sensors, knock sensors or whatever it may be, it's not easy to find, like if you go to eBay or something like that.
Right.
But the parts for the Freightliners and the parts for the Internationals, are pretty much abundant. Like the Freightliners and the Internationals, they're all running Cummins, they're all running Allison, exception of the old ones like the Max Force. So my plan, what I want to do is, I don't want to go too new because I'm trying to keep my costs low. So I'm thinking of the range from like 2010 to 2014 Freightliner or an International that's running the Cummins, 6.7 with the Allison transmission in it. I don't know, you would probably tell me better. I don't hear them having major transmission issues if they're taken care of. I see a lot of them like run into issues, especially like the newer models.
Every truck is going to run into issues, new or old. So what I tell people, especially new people, and I know it's hard for a new person to get it, like you can't really worry about it. Be prepared for it. Don't worry about it, because if you worry about it, you're going to always be worried because eventually your truck is going to break down. It's going to fail. It's just like you're pushing this trick. It's a slave. It's a workhorse. Eventually it's going to fail. Even with preventive maintenance, something's going to go wrong. It's going to happen. So the only thing that you can do is be prepared for it. Now, as far as acquiring older equipment, this is something that I've always championed. I built my fleet off of older equipment. Take a mechanic with you. Invest into a diesel mechanic. Whatever truck you go look at, even if you buy a truck that's out of market, there's companies that you can hire that will go out and do a full diagnosis of the truck and send you a report. Right? Okay. So I would do that. I've always championed, older equipment because it gives you a lower cost of entry, which allows you to be able to compete more aggressively in the marketplace. But just it's the way you go about it, right? As far as taking someone with you or hiring a company to go diagnose it and give you the report and give you a thumbs up or thumbs down, right? And just being prepared for the unforeseen situation. Obviously doing your preventive maintenance. If you hear something, don't just ignore it, get it checked, but then being prepared financially, right? Cash flow for the unexpected and not worry about it because you just understand it's just a part of business. The truck is going to break down.
Got you. And as far as like, with the information that you have and you gathered, do you foresee like the FMCSA ever like restricting the year on your box truck?
No.
Okay. Because I, periodically hear like certain brokers won't mess with you if you're running a truck that's too old. I know appearance is a big thing for certain.
Appearance is a big thing, and people don't keep up with their shit. So appearance and preventive maintenance, but I don't see that from CSA. No, I don't see why they would. Do that.
And so, do you think it's a bad idea starting with one of those cab overs, especially if I'm going to be starting off
do what
doing
you want to
OTR?
do? To do what you want to do, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't do. You want to be sitting over that engine and right over the tires, over the road? That's a local truck, big dog.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I've seen, but I know how to work on them, and you can find them pretty cheap. So that was my inquiry. So I just got to X that out of my mind.
Yeah, I mean, you can listen. I'm always telling people now, hey, do what you want to do, but that truck is a local truck. A cab over it's a local truck. Like I've experienced driving a cab over. I drove it from Miami, Florida. It wasn't one of my trucks. I drove it from Miami, Florida. It was a rental. Back to Chicago, way, way early on. My inner fucking legs, like my inner thighs and my glutes and all that shit, nigga, for 2 days. I was numb. That was the most probably stressful ride that I've ever took long distance.
Okay.
You just sitting over the tire, you sitting over the engine, you sitting up. Like, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was the vibration. I don't know what it was. But for 2 days, I was fucked up.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to X that out of my mind. And when it comes to like your trucks, right? So, for example, I'm probably getting myself ready to be sitting on 20 grand, and this is just for truck. This is not anything that has to do with my capital, my working capital, or anything. So if we're sitting with 20 grand for a truck, my credit score right now, I'm still trying to get it increased up. We're about 650 right now. So with that 20 grand that I'm sitting on, does it make sense for me to go and purchase that truck?
That's all you got? That's all you got is 20?
What's up?
That's all you got to your name is 20?
No. This is strictly money that I'm setting aside just for the truck, not my working capital.
Okay.
So taking 15 grand and going to buy a truck out cash, I know that's always your preference and what you advise people to do. But I can also would it make sense to find that truck between 25 and 30K? You put 12 grand on it, put that $8,000 back towards my working capital.
Where are you going to get a truck for 20K with $12,000 down and $8,000 note?
No, 12,000 with my 20K. Put $12,000 down in financing a truck, and take the remaining $8 grand I got and put it back towards my working capital.
How much money are you looking to buy for a truck?
Say that one more time.
How much are you looking to spend on a truck?
That's where I'm at right now. I was looking to purchase a truck somewhere between 12 and 18 grand. Based off of what I find, based off of condition, who's selling it, why they're selling it, and based off of what mechanic tells me. The only reason that I'm looking to possibly finance it, just to see if I can get some type of guarantees attached to it.
What type of guarantees?
If you're gonna, 6-month warranty, whatever they may, offer.
So, and how much was the truck that you're trying to get guarantees for?
Are we talking about the, like for instance, Penske got a couple of trucks. Penske got a couple of trucks at at about 26, 28 grand,
ain't nobody
about 250K.
Where are you going to get a guarantee
Well,
On the
not even necessarily a guarantee. I can always purchase like or look at an extended warranty because I know out the door I think they gave you like 6,000 miles or something like that.
How much you research extended warranties?
Yeah, some of them are ridiculous, but I wasn't looking to have one too long term. We're talking about I think they're starting at about 1,500.
I don't think you're gonna get any guarantees when you're looking at trucks in that price range that you that you just mentioned. I think those trucks are gonna be all as is.
Okay.
I'm just being honest with you, big dog. And
Appreciate it. Yeah.
I think like goes back to what I said a few minutes ago. You need to hire or take someone with you who is a diesel mechanic who can diagnose the truck on the scene and
Okay.
give you their thoughts on it. If it's a buyer, if it's not, keep looking. You know what I'm saying? I've me personally, never purchased a warranty on any used truck. Granted, I've always operated from a local capacity for the most part, unless we book something long distance. But I've always taken a diesel mechanic when I was building my fleet up. But I've never purchased a warranty. You know, whatever issues come along, just have cash on hand and just take care of it. So I can't hear you. Say it again.
And then going back and forth, like I'll periodically go back or go out and just check some out because I'm pretty.
How much
savvy.
money are you looking to start this business with, bro?
45.
45?
Yeah. So I'm almost there now. That's why I'm starting to shop for trucks.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to have about 25 to 30 grand set aside.
You need to be 30 grand in and about 15 working capital. That's about as most realistic I see it as far as getting the truck. Obviously, somewhere around the $20,000 mark. Insurance, down payment, equipment, authority, everything else. Another 10, maybe a little bit left over, depending on how much your insurance down payment is going to be. And then a strong 15,000 working capital. Just take a mechanic with you, you know what I'm saying? And just, understand that, when you're looking at a truck in that price range, you can get lucky, you know what I'm saying? But then you also got to, understand that, eventually something's going to happen. Just win, So, 15,000 is 15,000. It's all about perspective, how you look at it. To some, it may be a lot. To some, it may be a little. But, that first truck, even with taking a diesel mechanic, once you get out there and you start running it, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm scaring and I hope I run into that person who spread themselves too thin going out of business and they got to move on the truck. So wishful thinking, but that's what I'm hoping on when I'm able to be able to cash something out.
Mm-hmm. You got some credit?
Yeah, it's at 650 right now. A couple of things, just still lingering there that I'm trying to do. Trying to reduce down my debt to income ratio on my credit cards, trying to get those down to like 20%. So I just got to pay those down, which I'm almost there. So, I'm just trying to be patient. I'm not trying to rush and be a dummy, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. What do you do now?
Oh, I'm a claims adjuster.
Oh, yeah, you did say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody in the chat just said the warranty waste of money. Yeah, I've never. That's how I look at it too. I just didn't want to say it, but somebody in the chat said it. You know what I'm saying? I've never. To me, I think the warranty shit, as far as these trucks go, I've never really had any issues. I had one issue with one truck I bought, and it was an electrical issue that I just couldn't. Everywhere I took it, just until I finally took it to a place where they worked on hot rods. They couldn't even get the truck in the bay, but they were willing to work on it outside. They put a heater under the truck the whole time. I took that truck to like 3 different places, and the whole time was the junction box. You know what I'm saying? So, but that truck was giving me hell. You dig what I'm saying? But other than that, Biggest problem
Was it
I've ever
international?
had with any truck was the new truck. The new truck, the transmission went out at 80,000. I've
Yeah,
never had a
that's
trans
what
or
I
any
hear too.
powertrain issues with any used trucks. Even my
Yeah,
trophy
yeah,
trucks are still ticking, and they trophies. You see what I'm saying? So the most major issue I've ever had with any truck was the brand new one.
okay.
You know, so
Yeah, because I mean, I keep that premise like I, never buy warranties on vehicles or anything like that. So, I try to
I
keep
look
that
at
same
personal
premise.
vehicles. Hold on, I look at personal vehicles and commercial vehicles for the biz. To me, it's two different things. You know, so
Okay.
I'll buy an extended warranty if I purchase a new vehicle at a dealership. You know, the warranty that comes along with it, I'll purchase that extended warranty for that additional year, whatever it is, miles of a year, whatever it comes first. But from a commercial perspective, I've never purchased a warranty. Now, I'm not saying don't you go do it, but I look at it the same way Max Trucking looks at it. You know, if something happens, business has money, we'll just pay for it and just write it off.
Yeah, that's the point. Working capital and not going in blind. I understand.
You know, it's different when I understand. So I just want to be transparent. It's different though when you're coming in new in this first year and these unforeseen situations happen versus you being in business 7-8 years and some shit happens and you just already established and your working capital is strong and it's just another day in the office. So I get that aspect too. You know, the worry level is way more intense on the new than it is 7, 8, 9 years down the line. So
Okay. Yeah. But, like I said too, I'm somebody, I can, once I figure out what it is, or even if the scanner tells me, I'm not afraid to go in and start getting things done and change myself. So, I'm not afraid of doing maintenance or, getting my hands dirty when it got to, because I'm pretty resourceful. I kind of got some knowledge in that. I'm not no diesel mechanic, but I can make things happen.
yeah, it's good. I mean, if you can do some small things to save your company money, then yeah, it's all the better. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, definitely appreciate the time you talking to me today.
Yes, sir.
All right. Take care, Mark.
All right, man. Be safe. All right. Some calls that came in. We'll take one more and then I'm going to get out of here. It's arm day at the gym, man. I got to get to the gym. We take one more call and then we done for the week as far as live streams is concerned. I gave you my 3 for the week. Somebody just called from a 443, a 254, or 202. We'll take one more and then we out. I'm going to go I got to pee real quick. So somebody call in and then I'll take the call when I come back. I got to pee.
I ain't your hero, I'm a mirror. Everything you scared of getting clear. You want lit, I want legends. I want tenure treasure, not a tensive pleasure. You want likes, I want leverage. Talk goes, where the evidence? You post quotes, I post statements. My spreadsheets read like a sentence, yeah. I seen boys turn to bosses. New teeth, same losses. New chain, same habits. New lane, same traffic. You can't fake what the math said. Them graphs cut deeper than a clapback. I don't argue, I just tab that. You want smoke, I want call back. I'm Art the mentor, not your masker. I don't hype you, all that stopwatch. You say pressure, I say practice. You say block, I say back to the basics, yeah. Numbers don't lie, you just don't listen. You want vibes, I want vision. All that flash, that's kid.
All right, I'm back. Did anybody call? No. 443 number just called. You can call back. You taking one more call. 312-772-5483. Johnny said, or no, Max said that they're gonna find the smallest thing to deny claim. I agree. That's why I've never done it ever. I've always just taken my chances. Straight up. I talked to some lady who was in my Discord last year, or maybe the year before. Was it last year? No, it might have been 2 years ago. The money she had spent on warranties. And I'm like, have you ever used it? She said, nope. I said, Jesus Christ. I said, even if there was a worst case scenario, the worst case scenario we went through was the engine. And I think she had spent more than that. If I can remember shit, I'll take my chances. All right, 312-772-5483. Phone line is open. There was a few missed calls during the last call. Those people can call in 443-254-2202. 443. That number look familiar. Is that Baltimore 443? No, it's not Baltimore. Area code is that? 312-772-5483. Phone line is open. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. And we back. Hello? Yellow?
Hello.
What's up?
What's going on, Mark?
What up? Who that?
I wasn't necessarily calling for truck advice. I've been watching you for a while, and I'm pretty young, and I just want to see if I can get some life advice from you real quick.
What's the deal?
So I kind of got an interesting situation. I'm going to trucking school next month, and I probably got I got about 40K saved so far. And me and my girl's going to trucking school, and I was wondering, because once we go to trucking school, we go into team driving for hopefully 2 to 3 years. But I was wondering, do you think it would be smart for us to just focus on just a team trucking and hopefully advancing in that industry, or maybe potentially going in business kind of after we get? Because my goal is save to 100K, but I don't know whether
your goal is to save 100K. You said
100K before I'm 22, 23.
How old are you now?
I'm 20.
Okay.
Yeah, and basically, I was just thinking, 'cause I've been watching the channel for a while, and I know how, as far as the percentage of trucking companies fail, and where I come from, it's honestly, it's just me, honestly, it's just us two, and we don't really have we don't really have a fallback, if that makes sense. And I was just wondering, would it be smarter for us to just kind of just stay focused in this field and maybe become team specialized drivers one day and just grow in that, or take that risk and go into business, but risking the fact that we end up failing, then we'll start off all the way back from square one.
You 20. So hold on a second. Where are you from?
I'm from Waco, Texas.
Give me a second.
It's right between Dallas and Austin.
So what are you doing now?
Right now, I'm about to join trucking school on March 17th.
But what are you doing now?
So right now,
joining the trucking school.
I'm working 2 jobs right now.
And where do you live?
I work in a factory, and I also work. I work in Waco. I live in Waco.
When you turn 21?
On the 17th, on St. Patrick's Day.
Okay. That's where I was. That's where I was getting to. Somebody just mentioned it in the chat too. That's why I was kind of 20. All right, so you and your girl going to truck driving school.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all goal is to be team drivers.
Yes.
How you research that? Like, is there a time period that you have to have experience in order to be a team driver?
Yeah. So obviously there's a lot of companies that do want experience. Mm-hmm. There's also a lot of companies that take team drivers straight out of school. I got a friend Him and his girl is married though, but they've been team drivers for the last 4 years, and they went to CDL school at the same time as well and found a job. Obviously, it's a lot harder because any job with no experience, every single company wants experience, but there is a lot of companies, especially where I'm from, that hire straight out of school, especially team drivers. It's way more in demand than solo drivers.
Where do you got your own apartment? Do she got her own apartment?
No, I live with my parents, and she also lives with her parents as well.
So I mean, I think it's easier to run up to 100.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
I would do it as a company driver and just live on the road.
Yeah, that was our plan was at first. My thing was I wanted to save 100, and maybe she saved about 50. And we come in with 150 at 22, 23 years old. But my thing is, like I said, where we come from, it's kind of just
if you can save 100 in how many years?
Maybe like a year and a half. I got 40 now.
Oh, you got 40 now?
Yes.
So if you can save pretty much all your money in a year, why you just don't do it for 3 years?
That's why I asked you.
So here's what I'm saying. Like, me personally, if you can be that disciplined where you could put away all your money and live on the road and be that disciplined and make that much sacrifice, where do you think you could be at from a liquid perspective in 3 years?
From that angle, if I were to go 3 years, we definitely would be. I know I would 100% be well over 100, and she maybe even hit 100.
Well, you said you'll be at 100 in a year and a half.
Yeah, but I'm saying as far as us both, I'll be I'll be probably.
So I'm saying in 3 years, big dog. You asked me for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you
3 years? Maybe. Maybe close to 175, 200. If everything go right, obviously.
For you or combined?
Just me.
Okay. How much she plan on putting away?
She's an extreme saver as well. I think she will be able to hit at least 150 to 100. So
you making this life plan for you, or you making this life plan for y'all?
Well, this is both of our plans. This is both. We've been together for 9 years, so this is kind of both of our plans.
Y'all been together since y'all was 11?
Yeah.
Oh, so you ain't really experienced nothing other than her big.
I mean, obviously, I had my. Obviously, I live. I'm a boy at the end of the day, so obviously, it ain't been a perfect 9 years, but as far as us being together, definitely it's been 9 years.
And then y'all finna go out here on the road together, where y'all finna be in this little bitty ass truck, 365 days.
Yes.
So once again, is this a you plan or this a y'all plan? I'm just
being. This is both of us.
So the money, so we can combine the money out. Can we combine the money?
Yeah, we combine the money.
All right, so boom. So in 3 years, how much combined y'all think y'all gonna have saved?
I say 200 plus.
200 plus?
Yeah.
So you gonna take that 200 and then get a truck and a trailer?
That's why I came to ask you. My thing is, obviously that's the dream goal, but like I said, where we come from or whatever, like it's not like we have a.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro, and I get it. I'm way older than you. I'm 26 years older than you, so my mindset is gonna be a little bit different than yours.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were my little brother and you said, Mark, I got 200. Should I start a trucking business or you got something else for me to do? It wouldn't be a trucking business, big dog.
And what makes you say that?
Because I know how to make more money with $200,000 and less risk.
That makes sense.
See, the thing is most people never have the discipline or the work ethic to acquire that type of liquid capital. And when you when you get to a certain type of cash on hand, your mindset shifts. You don't start looking at opportunities that are risky. You start looking at opportunities that are less riskier that you can make more money off of. If you came to me, you was my little brother and said, Mark, I got 200. I want to start a trucking business. I would say, no, the fuck you not. Now, you may look at it different, right? Because you may still be in a certain place mentally as far as business and investment, and you may not understand why I'm saying that. You know what I'm saying? But that 200, I know how to make that shit shake. Way less riskier
Yeah.
than a truck.
So are you basically saying instead of going the trucking route, I should educate myself more on as far as the investment route and the less risky route?
I think you should invest and educate yourself on everything.
Mm-hmm.
I think the reason why people are so enamored with trucking is because the barrier to entry is just so low and everybody wants to be their own boss because social media is telling you that. So everybody's looking for anything that they can start a business at the lowest barrier to entry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like I said, that's kind of the reason why I want to come to you and ask you.
But if that's what you want to do, then do it, big dog. Don't let me deter you. You know.
I mean, like I said, it's a lot different because we also were thinking of eventually going to specialized trucking team. But my thing is, I didn't want to become 30 or become 40 and live with the fact of what if I did start that company one day?
Mm-hmm.
What could have happened? You know, especially being 23 with no kids, no like serious responsibilities. I'm also weighing the fact not only, don't get me wrong, we don't really have we don't really have a backbone to fall back on, but on top of it too, if we were to fall to zero with no serious responsibility, I feel like we can end up getting it back. It'll be different if I was 35 with a family and a mortgage. You know, the chances of us, you know, it's a lot, you know, the risk tolerance is a lot higher.
Mm-hmm.
But we basically have zero bills, no kids, and it's basically just us two. And I'm pretty sure one day when we do have a family, we can't just say, oh, we failed, we can start back over, because you know when you have kids, like the mindset changes then.
Well, go ahead, big dog, do it. I can't. If you were my brother, then I got the skills to take that 200 and make it shake. But if you turn 23 and you got 200,000 liquid and you got a solid business plan and you want to start a trucking business, I mean, you got healthy working capital. You may not have the resources and the knowledge at 23 or somebody to say, yo, let me show you what to do with that to make way more money with less risk. And if you don't have that, then you may have the knowledge based off your research and the understanding that you've gathered over the past 3 years as a company driver to take that 200, maybe put 75 of it into the business as far as acquiring the equipment and everything else. You got $125,000 working capital, and you can make that shake that way. You dig what I'm saying? And so I'm not saying that it's not a good idea, but I've always been transparent. You dig what I'm saying? Me personally,
yeah, and I understand that as well. I'm just kind of weighing out my options because, like I said, on top of it as well, I was also thinking like, even if we get a box truck, semi, or whatever type of truck it would be, I would know with us basically having, because I would cash the truck out, but us basically having no.
Yeah, you got the capital to cash it out.
I cost I'll be almost, be real low.
No. Just because you cash the truck out don't mean necessarily your cost per mile is going to be low. Why you say that? Because you bought the truck cash? Because you bought the truck cash?
That, and also, too, we would have no personal expenses.
Wrong.
At home.
Wrong. Just because you buy the truck cash don't mean you don't incorporate. You still have to recoup that.
Yeah.
So you still have to include that into your cost per mile because that was a loan. That was a personal loan to the business that the business has to pay back to the person because it's recoupable. So you have to include that into your cost per mile. You have to create some type of payment plan for the business to pay you your person back, and you include that into your cost. That's where a lot of people fuck up at.
Yeah.
You know why? Because once you infuse the business with that money to buy it, because you're going to buy the truck under the business, it becomes a taxable event. So you have to pay it back so you can offset it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard you say that before in one of your live streams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gave me you gave me a lot to think about. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but
I'm chilling, bro. I got another couple 15, 20 minutes. I said,
well, yeah. I mean, like I said, I've heard you say that before, as far as paying yourself back, and because it's a taxable event. Like I said, my thing is, I also heard you also say before that I understand as far as building a trucking company. I feel like that's a business where you require people, and like people nowadays, especially where I'm from, are extremely unreliable. And one of my biggest pet peeves is having to rely on someone else when you have a vision but they don't have the same vision as you. My thing is I have a friend actually. He pulled RGN trailers heavy haul, and one of his biggest problems was finding people. He could not find anybody or whatever. People quit on him, and it's like he had the mentality, but people that he tried to hire on, like no one had the same mentality as him. He was saying that his dad had a company back then. It was a lot easier back then. But he said now it's like he can't find anybody now. And that was one thing I was thinking about. And if I were to start a company, I understand to grow a company, you need people. You can't do it by yourself. And I can have everything right and everything be done perfectly, but if I can't find anybody, then the company just implode on itself.
Doesn't necessarily implode. It's just you're gonna be a single owner operator with one truck.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, labor is definitely finding reliable people is definitely different today than it was 10, 15, 20 plus years ago. So I mean, in order to build this type of business, it's going to require people. So that's why I also was transparent, but I also gave that disclaimer that if you said, yo, you were my little brother, that's one of the things that would outside the fact that I could take that 200 and make it shake with less risk, but that is included into that decision, that thought process, whereas you're going to need people. And I understand building a business at scale in this industry and being able to compare it versus now, that is going to be a tough road, especially if you want to scale. If you didn't want to scale, then nah, you know what I'm saying? It's different, but you want to scale. And you're going to need people. So, it's just what comes along with it. And this is why I tell people, even though the channel is trucking, I think it's more business than trucking. I just use the trucking experience and the trucking examples because that's the industry I come from.
Exactly.
I've always said too on the channel that any business that I've started and any business that I continue to do going forward are going to be things that don't require people or require a minimal amount of people because of that. You know what I'm saying? So, but then again, I don't want to, say don't do it. You dig what I'm saying? You just got to understand and know what you're getting into and what comes along with it. So
exactly
from what you're trying to do, you already know people are going to be hopping seats. So you know you're going to be competing against the big companies, right? That offer benefits and things of that nature. So it's just something that you have to be prepared for and have a business plan and set your company up to be able to compete against your peers and as well as the mega carriers. And just understand people going to hop seats. People going to leave you in very, very, very difficult situations. It just comes along with it, big dog.
Yeah, I also, like I said, I understand it as well. Also, what do you think about, and that's just, like I said, that's just one.
You said you didn't want trucking advice. You said you wanted life advice, and everything has been about trucking.
Well, I meant just like, because I have two different paths I'm struggling to kind of pick to take. Either the business path or because I also know people that stayed in just as a company driver and just built their reputation up and built their knowledge up and ended up getting to land in really, really good trucking jobs. And I also was want to ask you, like, would that be a path that could be a cool path for me as well, as far as kind of just focusing on trucking and just learning the industry fully and just becoming a really good company driver, like as far as I would start pulling maybe specialized.
Say that one more time. I was reading the comment. Say that one more time.
I was saying, like, how would you feel about if, let's say, forget the business part, let's say I just become a really good company driver, let's say land like a good job as far as hauling fuel or hauling some type of specialized freight and just kind of building from there instead of focusing on, trying to have my own company.
How do I feel about you being a company driver?
Yeah. Basically, like just sticking to and growing in that field instead of trying to start a business.
I don't see nothing wrong with it. I don't see. Listen. I don't know how long you've been watching the channel, but I'm an advocate for working a job. You know why?
Yeah.
Because I'm a realist. I know majority of the people that come into this industry fail. I know the majority of the people that continue to come in this industry are going to fail. What people need to understand is they need to measure their risk. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not a proponent for be your own boss. Quit your job, be your own boss. Everybody that does that, they don't have your best interest in mind. Not they're trying to sell you something. That's why they want you to quit. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I understand how important the job is. I got enough case studies of the people that come up and talk that I can prove to you why most people should stay where the fuck they at. A lot of people need delegation, bro. Most people need delegation. Most people don't have what it takes to really get that shit. They don't, bro.
Yeah.
And I get it. Society, especially us, black motherfucker, they gonna think you hating, and motherfucker think you hating. I say, well, put whatever it is you got up, and I'll put whatever it is I got up, and I guarantee I got more, because whatever you need, I already have it. So it's not hate. I'm being honest. I'm being realistic with you. You dig what I'm saying? It's just people want the hope. I understand the importance of having a job, bro. A job is a fucking flex now, bro.
Exactly. Especially how the economy is now.
I know it's a flex, bro. Listen. Most of these motherfuckers that want to come in or aspire to come in, they don't have what it takes. Even the people that come in, I've met one person that has come into this industry since I've been doing this content that had very minimal research that was able to make some shit shake. But that individual was a different type of individual.
Are you talking about? I think I know you're talking about the guy that was pulling the aviation brakes?
No.
Okay, never mind then.
So I understand the importance of a job. I'll never be the person to tell you, I'll steer you to a job before I steer you away from it. I'll tell you probably, it's best to probably, based on what you told me, I'm not going to never tell you to YOLO.
Yeah, and it's like I said, I noticed it a lot, like especially like on Instagram and social media, like it's real big. Like it's like they push. It's like, especially as far as people my age group, it's like they make it seem like if you don't. And I understand, like I said, they sell courses. That's the way they make money. But it's like nowadays, it's like they make it seem like if you don't have some type of business, it's impossible to become successful. It's impossible.
That's
to
not true, bro.
And I exactly, I understand it, because actually a lot of people I know, even my mentor alone, like he was telling me, he was like, most of my guys or whatever that has $1 million net worth work a job.
Mm-hmm.
And he was telling me like, he always telling me like, don't get too caught up in social media or whatever, because it'll have you thinking that the only way to become successful is through entrepreneurship.
Can I be honest with you? It's us, bro. It's our algorithm.
Yeah. Exactly. Real heavy.
It's our algorithm. And that's just I'm just being honest. And somebody's right now demonizing me. Once again, the phone number is up. We go portfolio for portfolio. Property for property. We can do it. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's our algorithm, bro, that pushes this, because we've always been, I guess easily influenced to want to keep up with the Joneses, materialistic shit, and just bullshit, bro. I don't really get that in other algorithms. I see other algorithms that I'm in right now. They're talking about Claudbot. They're talking about, you know, how to build AI bots to take care of tasks 24 hours a day, and creating ways to use these Claudbots to make money, shit like that. And then motherfuckers telling motherfuckers over here to go start trying. You know what this shit is? It's just like motherfucker during the pandemic, right? In our community. As soon as a motherfucker get a little bread back in the day, the first thing a motherfucker wanted to go do was open a beeper shop, a cell phone shop, a beauty salon, a barber shop, a car wash. There you go. Nobody thinks outside the fucking box, right? Why? Because in our community, we just follow trends and we do what the next person is doing. We don't think outside the box, right? What happened during the pandemic? Motherfuckers got that money. Every chick, fuck the niggas, every chick that ran across that dub during the pandemic, what you saw popping up in the hood? So-and-so boutique. Little baby mama boutique. This little boutique. So I'm looking at this shit at this point as an experienced business person. I'm like, why would you open up a brick and mortar boutique in 2020, 2021? I'm looking at the stock price for Shopify's through the roof. At that same time, it was overvalued because everything was overvalued. But I'm looking at the times we're in. I'm looking at e-commerce consistently growing, but I'm seeing all these boutiques pop up all up and down. I'm just naming streets in Chicago, Stony Island, 95th, shit like that. None of them motherfuckers is there no more. They lasted 6 months. Because motherfuckers just have the idea of starting a business, but nobody thinks outside the box. Exactly. So they don't do a business plan, and because they didn't do a business plan, they didn't forecast anything. They didn't sit down and realize maybe this is a bad idea to open up a brick and mortar boutique to sell the same shit that a million other fucking online Shopify stores that are drop shipping are selling the same shit that motherfucking Alibaba.
Yeah, and e-commerce boomed during the pandemic.
But I gotta pay the gas, the light, the rent, security. Got to get rolling shutters. Got to get a channel letter sign. Got to do marketing. And my competition selling these same rumpers or whatever these fucking fake Lulu, all that shit that they get from Alibaba and drop ship it for a fraction of the cost. And guess what? There's no traffic coming into the store. 6 months is gone.
It makes sense.
So what I'm saying is, it's our algorithm, bro. We don't think outside the box. We think because we're told business. All right, business. What can we start? This is the Google search. What can I start for under $5,000 or under $10,000? This is just one of them. And that's not even realistic, but this pops up because there's so much shit that's been fed into the algorithm telling people they can.
Exactly.
So when I say, yo, there's other things that you can do, I'm basically saying it because I feel like now is the last time. And I think so many people, especially our community, is so distracted by so much bullshit. They're missing this probably this last life-changing opportunity time period that we're living in. And that's just my take. Because we, even though I don't do it, but I still include because I am black, we don't think outside the box. So we put ourselves in these competition pools of low barrier to entry businesses instead of thinking outside the box.
Yeah, that makes sense, man. Like I said, I appreciate the advice.
Every time I go deep, motherfucker want to get off the phone. All right, no problem, big dog.
No, I ain't get off the ball. I just called you.
All right, dog. I appreciate the advice. Well, as soon as motherfuckers tell them what they want to hear, bro, that whole little move when motherfucker go deep Pause.
no, I ain't. No, I promise you, I ain't one of those. Like I said, what I was going, I have zero problem with what, and I have zero problem with. I'm not the tradition. I don't feel like I'm the traditional 20-year-old black man. I don't have that trend, that mentality of have started business. But I knew you was knowledgeable on both situations. That's the reason why I want to talk to you about it. But I have zero problem with with the stuff you say. I have zero. I actually agree with everything. But also, like I said, I don't want to sit here and seem like I'm I'm pushing your time. Or I heard you say you had arm day today.
I'll let you know, like I tell people every day. I'll let you know if the conversation is flowing. Then I don't have problem having the conversation. I stud on the phone yesterday. I'm only streaming 3 days a week now, big dog. So y'all I gotta get it when y'all get it, because y'all done pissed me off. Y'all done pissed me off now. So I gotta show you better than I can tell you. Then y'all come looking for me when I don't stream. You dig what I'm saying? So if you got me on the line, I'll let you know when I want to get off.
Yeah, I got you. Well, another thing I want to, like I said, another thing I want to ask you, whatever, like, as far as when I said, as far as progression and the specialized part of trucking, like as far as fuel hauls and stuff like that.
Thought you didn't want to talk about trucking, big dog.
I mean, that was
all right, but come on, specialized. What's up?
Yeah, so as far as the specialized side of trucking, like I think the only challenge that, as far as I'll have, is and one of the reasons why I was still thinking about business as well is the area that I live in. Like, I live in Waco, and I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of a small city.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not too many. I mean, obviously you got companies that do long haul, but it's not too many job opportunities here. And that was another reason why I was saying, as far as going into business.
You 20, big dog. I'm gonna give you if you want to stay in logistics, start a moving company, bro.
In Waco?
I'll do your market research, bro.
I already did. It's a super smart. It's a college town, but it's really. But again, we are between Austin and Houston.
All right.
We'll
do a market analysis, see what the market has to offer, and come up with a business plan. You want to know where the money at? I just told you where the money at, big dog. You said specialty. That's specialized. That's specialized. That's where the money at. Do you want to do the work? See, that 100,000 you talking about, that ain't nothing. That's 2 months, big dog. Gross, it's 2 months. So, you could do it on a different level. You could do it on a van line level. You don't have to do it, the local route, the local and long distance route. You could look at it from a different aspect. You could tackle it from a different aspect. But that's where the opportunity is at, because, and it goes back to what I'm talking about as far as thinking outside the box. I'm not saying thinking outside the box just in general outside of logistics. I'm talking about even thinking outside the box in logistics. Everybody goes the OTR route. Why? Because the barrier to entry is low. The workload is lower. Lower workload, lower pay. More competition, lower pay. Me personally, I'd rather do more work and make an egregious amount more money. It'd be different if I'm doing way more work for just a little bit more money. This shit ain't even fucking close.
Yeah.
You 20 years old. Take advantage of your youth while you can. It's a 20-year-old on my Discord. He made $175,000 last year. For the most part, he follows my blueprint. With his little startup moving company. One truck, and he's rogue, but he did 175. He's 20 years old. So I think if you do it on a consistent basis in comparison to the other, what you want to do as far as logistics, the earning potential is night and day.
That's definitely something I'm end up looking into. Then I never really looked too far into the. I've been watching for a while, and I always heard you talk about moving a lot, but I've never really did my.
Because that's how I made
research
my
on it.
money. It was in moving and final mile. So my logistics success is coming specialized. You know, so but that's where the money is. It's less competition, but that's because it's a lot more work. The workload, it's way more physical.
Yeah.
The pay is way more. It's way more. But when I say that, you know, you hear the mood change. See how you ain't like your interest level is just not there.
I
You
promise
just
you,
get
when it comes
quiet.
to work,
See, a motherfucker who was interested, they would be like, when I said that shit, they would have been like, oh really?
I promise you.
Oh,
Right
really?
now, I'm working 80-hour weeks for the last 2 years, and I promise you, like
It-
the work when it comes to work with me, you ain't got to worry about that with me at all. Zero.
So
But that
I
part
remember
will scare
back in
me at
the
all.
day. People used to get, you know, when you tell a motherfucker about opportunities for work and then maybe opportunities where the work was more, but the pay was more, people used to get excited. Now when you tell a motherfucker about work and more money, the conversation just gets dull.
I ain't trying to get it. I don't know. I wish if you knew me in real life, you. I promise you, like when it comes to work, I'm the last person you would say like, as if like I'm getting like kind of like iffy because you say hard work. I'm the last person for that. Say something like that too. But I get you trying to say, like I said, I've never looked into the moving aspect of trucking. It has nothing to do with the work. It's just something I'm not really knowledgeable on. I'm not getting quiet because work hard. No, I don't want to.
That's where the research comes in when you want to come into a business. If you want to come into this industry in general, you're going to research all the different opportunities this industry has to offer.
Yeah.
And that's also goes back to what I talked about the trends, and you know, trucking just happens to be one of those things. Trucking is the new barbershop. Trucking is the new beauty salon. Trucking is the new car wash. Trucking, going back to the 90s, trucking is the new beeper shop as it pertains to our community. Before we get some money, start a trucking business. And that's cool. But even within the industry, motherfucker don't think outside the box.
Yeah.
Where's the void at? I'm asking you.
You say what?
What voids do you see? Where's the void in the marketplace?
You say as far as just logistics as a whole?
Wherever it is, that's where the money at, big dog. See, you ain't. See, wherever it's at, that's where the money at, big dog.
I can't answer that question for you right now. At least.
I know you can't.
Hey man, I feel like I said, I'm learning right now. So
I just told you. All right, man. It sound like you done made it home, man. I hear a swing in the background, some little kitties. Where you at the park?
No, I'm outside.
We hear little kitties in the background, big dog. What's going on?
No, it's just birds chirping. I'm by a big tree, so. But no, I'm just chilling outside right now.
Mm-hmm. What else you got for me, Doc?
Well, that's all mainly. I kind of just want to just get your insight on it. I'll watch this video over and actually look at a lot of stuff you said and dissect it, and hopefully I can call back with more knowledgeable, I guess, on the moving aspect of logistics. But
I mean, you don't have to go that route. I just threw that out there because it's more to this industry than just OTR, bro. There was a guy that called up. He's in aviation logistics. Like, it's just so much, and there's just so many different things that you can do outside of the traditional middle mile over the road, which is very, 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 which is a lot of competition, right? And it's, you know, because that barrier to entry and that's the work that's associated with it is minimal in comparison to a lot of the specialized lane.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the time, Mark.
All right, big dog.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Hey, y'all notice that when they call in, like the energy be real different at the beginning of the call. The energy be real different at the beginning of the call, and then at the end of the call, that shit be like real dismal and drag. And I don't be trying to do that. I want you to have that same energy. That's how I be knowing what it really be. Because here's at the end of the day, check it out. Check it out. At the end of the day, even if you had a false idea, and you had the conversation, and from a logical perspective, you like, yo, this makes sense. You should still have that same level of excitement because you should be eager to learn. And you should still have that same level of excitement that you happy that a motherfucker just saved your ass from doing the done to done. Even still, you want to go into it, but now you are approaching it from a way more logical perspective. You should still have that same energy. The energy shouldn't change. You shouldn't sound inflated when you come on, but sound deflated when you fucking get off. That just lets me know, like, yo, you thought that shit was gonna be simple. No, you should still have that same energy. You're supposed to be excited, nigga. Man, you know what? Thank you, man, because I was ignorant. But now I'm less ignorant, so that means I can make more money. You ain't trying to get to the money, man. You trying to get to the money, you just thought it was going to be a lot easier to get to the money. But then right now when you realize, damn, you know what, he right. I can still get to the money, but it ain't going to be as easy as I thought. That it should get deflated. Motherfucker get to talk, hey, Mark, what's up, man? Oh, man, I'm on the line, Mark, what's up, man? Man, I watch your shit all the time, Mark. Man, I can't believe I'm on the phone with you, Mark. Man, so, man, I ain't like the other guys. I ain't like them other guys, Mark. Them other guys is tweaking, Mark. They tweaking. I watch you all the time. I watch you all the time. Them other niggas that just caught up, them niggas is tweaking. But check this out, Mark. Then I had to cook them and get them to this understanding. And then that excitement is just like, that motherfucker be trying to get off the phone with me quick. All right, Mark. All right, bye. Motherfucker don't even say bye. God damn. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh wee. Every motherfucker that called in today. Oh shit. And I ain't tell nobody nothing wrong, bro. Motherfucker. Oh man. Oh man, bro. Hey. I ain't told nobody nothing wrong, bro. Oh man. Damn. The whole energy just changed. Oh God, man. Lord have mercy. I ain't the motherfucker who just gonna be like, yeah. You wanna start the business? Yeah, man, shit, man. It's an $875 billion a year business. Yeah, man. Yeah, everybody that come into this business is gonna get a piece. It's $875 billion. It's a piece for everybody. No, the fuck it's not. It ain't. I'm gonna tell you why it ain't, and I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna tell you why it ain't enough. Because I done took plenty of people's money. I done put niggas out of business. I done took food off niggas' tables. Yeah, I 100% did. I 100% did. I done outbidded niggas. I done fucked niggas up out here in these streets. Yeah, absolutely. It ain't enough. Because it's capitalist niggas like me that understand numbers, understand business, will do anything to make more as far as sacrificing, discipline, operating on razor thin margins, profitable, but razor thin, to continue to build my fleet up and generate income from a volume perspective. Hello? This is an unknown call. I don't do unknown call. Sorry. Call back with a number. Call back with a number. Call back with a number. And then I'll take the call. Call back with a number and I'll take the call. No unknown calls. No unknown calls. Sorry. Call back with a number and then I'll take the call. Doot, doot. So what happens is they expect me to adhere or appease whatever it is that they have in their mind. And I'm not speaking from anybody in specific that called in today. I'm just speaking from a general perspective. They think for the most part I'm going to appease. I think what a lot of people do when they call, in their mind, they already have an idea. And once again, I'm not thinking, I don't have anybody in mind. I'm speaking from a general perspective, a holistic perspective of all the calls and the call-ins that I've had over the years. People have a general idea of what they think in their head, and they really just want validation. And when they don't get that validation, when they don't get appeased from what they have in their head, that's what deflates the mood. Because most people that do content, no matter what niche from influence, have a some type of what's the word I'm looking for? Damn, it's on the tip of my tongue. Pause. Some type of other thing that they're really doing. They're using the platform or the influence to leverage themselves to be able to sell some shit. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, they're going to appease whatever the thought that you have in your head and go along with it. Me, if the shit don't make sense, then I'm going to challenge it. We can have the conversation. You're welcome to challenge it back. And we can have the conversation. You dig what I'm saying? And I think most people want validation than reality. The 200, we would invest that. I've seen somebody ask that question a couple of times. I don't see it in the chat no more, but whoever asked it, we would invest that. We would acquire. We would do some acquisitions. We would do some long terms. We would do some short terms aggressive, and we would turn that shit over. Why you think B-Main, they've been on me for the past year and a half or whatever is about the bringing back the investment club? It's a reason why. The more tenured you get, the more business acumen you get, you look for opportunities that you can make more money that are less riskier. And that's it. I'd rather make more money at a lower risk. You do what you got to do to get to a point where you can have the capital to be able to do that. So if a person comes to me with a healthy, when not most people are healthy liquid like that, from a seasoned, older business professional investor, I'm not going to have a high risk conversation with a person who has a healthy capital to invest. Something that's going to require people, something that's going to require it's just a lot of risk and shit like nah. It's not going to have that type of conversation. So, sorry. America is not built for everyone to win with capital and either get 8. Correct. And to be honest with you, most of the people that we talk to, they don't have that mindset. They think it's opportunity for everybody in business, and the opportunity is there, right? Free market, free enterprise, but what they don't understand is once you come into it, whatever it is, it's wolves, it's sharks in the water. And that ignorance that you display when you come up and I cook with you for the free ski. Once I put this hat on and we competing out in the real world, I'm not the same person. And there's people like me out there. They're gonna prey on your ignorance. And that's also what I try to get these guys to understand. The competition. $200K with a gigger mindset is dangerous. I don't think a person who has amassed, if they didn't acquire it from some type of inheritance, if they acquired it from, they made it, I don't think a person who made that type of money has a gigger mindset. Ooh, my stomach. He said they don't care. They be like, Mar, I don't care. Just because my energy changed. Oh, this was you. Don't mean I thought it was easy. I just wanted to hear. You spell hear wrong, big dog. It's HEAR. Hear to perspective in real, your perspective in real time. Oh, yeah. But I don't know which one you was, but everybody that called up here, their energy wasn't the same. I want your energy to be the same, bro. I need your energy to be the same, bro. I love learning, bro. I love that shit. I love it with a passion, bro. Even when I don't know something, I go find it. Oh, I'm get excited because now I realize I'm that closer to getting to that bag. Whatever that bag is that I'm looking to get to over and whatever it is that I'm looking to get to it in, the more I learn, the closer I know I am to it. So I get excited. I get excited. How you don't get excited when you learning? The type of motherfuckers that don't get excited when the type of you the type of motherfuckers, and I ain't speaking to nobody, I'm just speaking in joy. You type of motherfucker go sit down with Elon Musk. If Elon Musk said, yo, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes in a room. We can talk about anything you want. Most people gonna go in there and be like, man, Elon. Man, they're gonna be fanned out. They're gonna say some stupid shit like, man, what made you want to start PayPal? They're gonna waste their 5 minutes on some dumb shit. You know what? If I had 5 minutes with Elon, you know what I would ask him? Let's see if somebody know in the chat. If I had 5 minutes with Elon, you know what the first thing I would ask him? Somebody said, what made you want to go to Mars? I don't know if you put that in the chat before I said that. But dang, I don't give a fuck why you want to go to Mars. There you go. There you go. There you go. Right there. Man, what you got coming up that I need to be early in on, big dog? What you got coming up? Where I need to put it? Just tell me where to put it. I'm putting it there. Wherever what you got coming up? Where should I put it? Man, run it over here, bro. We finna do this, man. I ain't even told them, bro. I'm finna put the neural link in the DD. What I'm saying? I'm gone. Fuck is you talking about? Where I need to put it? What the fuck coming up? What's going on with this shit? What's up with this? Where that at? What y'all doing? Yeah, we got this coming up, man. This is going to send our projections through the moon. For real? Ooh-wee. Trust me. The government already on tap. We going to get the contract too. You did? All right, bet. I'm not finna sit in there and ask them, so man, Joe, what? Like, why? How did you come up with PayPal? Like, man, you were way ahead of your time. Man, after you sold PayPal, you took the money. How did you know to go to Tesla? Like, what? Like, bro, fuck all of that shit. Man, why do you want to go to fuck all of that shit, bro? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit, bro. Where the money at? Where I need to put it? I want to be early on. Just put it here, Mark. Give it about 5 years. All right. All right. It's a different mindset. That's the only thing I be trying to get these young guys to just change their mindset, bro. Hey, man, you keep calling unavailable. I'm not going to answer, bro. I don't answer unknown calls.
I'm not going to answer.
I don't answer unknown calls. You did. You got to call with a number, but ain't nobody going to call you back. If you steady calling with an unknown number, that means you probably calling a troll. And if you can't call with expose your number to troll, I ain't going to call you back. I ain't never called nobody back. But if you can't expose your number, then that means you calling with ill intentions. So, don't nobody want your number. I ain't gonna call you. I don't want to have no reason to call you back, pimp. So if you can't call with a number, then don't call. This is by far been the best live I've watched, probably because it hit closer to home. I appreciate all the knowledge you have put out there, especially for me not knowing anything about trucking. Hello, appreciate you. Yo.
Yo.
Yo, you keep calling me unknown?
Oh, no, it's not me. Not me.
Man, that is you.
Yo.
You just called me twice.
Oh, no, that's not me. Man, that wasn't me. I'm watching you live right now.
Hey, bro, you got to turn the TV and the phones off in the back.
All right, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing good. What about you?
I'm good. So my name is OB.
Your name is OB?
Yeah, like O and B.
All right.
Yeah. So like,
I'm trying to start. I've been watching for a while now.
You African?
And yeah, I'm African.
Where you from? Where you from, brother?
I'm from Congo.
You from Congo? You're Congolese, my brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm 20. Gonna turn 21 in May.
Damn, you 22?
And
God damn, y'all young.
I'm not 20 yet. I'm not 22 yet.
You 20, you finna turn 21 in May, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, when I said you 22, meaning because the last guy was just 20, so not you 22, mean you 20,
yeah.
20 TOO.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I just like, can I start as a 20-year-old, or do I need to like wait until
Start what? What you trying to start, big dog?
A boxing truck business.
Speaking to the microphone, big dog.
I wanna get into the box truck business too.
All right.
Yeah, so I just like wanted to like see, is it better to start right now, because I'm not like 21 yet. So is it like better
you can
to
start
like
the
wait?
research now, but you probably want to wait to 21 so you can, travel freely across the states if you planning on going OTR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I need like a certain amount to like start?
You sure do. How much you got? Big dog?
Yeah. Not gonna lie, I got like 2K saved up.
Not a lot. 2K?
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Hey, so how you gonna start? What you gonna do, big dog?
I was thinking like maybe like get a loan or something.
Getting a loan? From who?
Mm.
Where you gonna get the loan from?
A bank.
A bank? Okay.
Yeah.
Why would the bank give you a loan?
Cause I got good credit.
So you gonna get a personal loan or a business loan?
A business loan.
A business loan?
Which one do you think would be better?
Well, I can tell you one thing's for sure. Which one you want to know? You want to know the for sure thing? One of them ain't gonna give you a loan at all.
Yeah, go ahead. Just tell me.
No bank is gonna give you a business loan.
Hmm.
You know why?
Why?
Banks don't give loans to startup businesses.
Wow. But what do you think I should do?
The requirement for a business loan with most banks is 2 to 3 years in business. Do you know why?
Damn.
Do you know why, sir?
Nah, maybe like you have like experience and you showed the
No. Do you know why banks don't give loans to businesses? Business loans.
No.
You have to be in business
Why?
at least 2 to 3 years. You don't know why?
Why?
Because the likelihood of you failing is very, very high. And it's a risky loan.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're gonna get this. You're gonna take a personal loan out. Mm-hmm. And you're gonna start this box truck business, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about it. How much you gonna borrow?
I want to borrow at least like 10K. I don't want to borrow too much.
10K?
Yeah.
Then you gonna put your 2K with it? 12K?
Yeah.
All right. Then what you gonna do?
I'm gonna set up my LLC, get my insurance, get my DOT,
yeah,
and get it registered.
All right. Where you gonna get the truck from, big dog?
Ryder. I've seen a couple trucks.
You gonna rent it? You gonna rent the truck?
No, finance it.
You gonna finance it? Damn.
I feel like this.
You got 12,000 though, big dog. You ain't got enough. You ain't gonna have enough for the down payment.
How much do I need?
Listen, ain't no money down when you go that route, big dog. They want some money down because you a risk. You going to a hard money. See, they deal with hard money lenders. They don't deal with Bank of America, Ally, or Chase, or GM Financial, or Wells Fargo. They deal with Perco. They deal with Topmark. They deal with, goddamn it, shit. I got a bunch of people who've sent me these badass loans that they done got stuck in from the people that Ryder and shit send them to. All these companies. And you know what? Because you're a high risk, for the same reason the bank won't loan you no money, they're going to require a substantial amount of money down.
Dang.
The minimum is going to be at least a 10-piece nugget on the mini side. Lou Jackson say 5K, but Lou Jackson don't know what he talking about.
So what do you think I should do? What do you think I should do? Like,
why you want to start the business, big dog?
Cause I wanna do something of my own. You know.
You want to do something on your own?
I'm like tired of like being bossed around.
What? You say you 20. Who bossing you, big dog? Who bossing you around? Tell me about it. I'm gonna come get him. See that gray hair? I yanked the gray hair out my life. Who bossing you around, big dog? I'm gonna come get him.
The 9 to 5 jobs.
The 9 to 5 guys. Where you work at?
I work as a security guard.
You a security guard? Where you from?
Yeah.
Where you from?
Kansas City.
Kansas City?
Yes, sir.
Missouri or Kansas?
Kansas.
Who you work for, like Allied or something like that?
I work for Securitas.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you tired of being security? You just want to come into the box truck? How you find out about the box truck?
Actually, you were the first person I've seen on YouTube when I was doing my research.
The algorithm sent my content to you first? No, that never happens. The algorithm usually start kicking me out when people start failing. They normally send the new people like Vic and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So they sent Big Mark to the new guy first, man. That's new. They don't never show me to the new people.
Yeah, I just started searching up box truck business and you popped up, so I clicked on you.
All right. So what I'm saying though, but what made you want to type in box truck business though?
Like I say, I have a friend that's into that has a business trucking.
Yeah.
And he told me about it, and I was intrigued. You know, I was hooked.
All right. Yeah. So you want to quit your job and you want to start a box truck. You got $2. You think you're gonna get a loan from the bank, which probably ain't gonna happen. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Listen, bro. I ain't hating on you, little brother.
I like.
Huh?
I like honesty.
Yeah. I don't want you because you know y'all young niggas. Y'all think, oh nigga, you a hater. Nigga, I ain't hating on you. I ain't hating on you. You dig what I'm saying? I'm just being honest. I got a couple trucks. You know what I'm saying? So they trophies, but you dig what I'm saying? I trust me. I ain't hating on you. But the likelihood of you getting a loan is a business loan. Nah. Personal loan, I don't know what your credit is. I don't know what type of collateral you have. I don't know none of that shit. But you're 20 years old. So the likelihood of that too is probably slim. All right. You sound like you probably still live at home.
Yeah, I still live at home.
All right. All right. So what I'm saying though, but what made you want to type in box truck business though?
I still live at home. Yeah, I still live at home. Yeah, I still live. I still live at home. Yeah, I still live. I still live at home. Yeah, I still live. I still live at home.
You said everybody else got good advice, but I got slandered when I got called in. Who are you? Hold on a second. Hold on. Who is this? Why you got your lips all in the thing, bro? You got your lips. Man, whoever this is, call in. Who slandered you? Because I give everybody a piece of my mind, to be honest with you. And why you got your lips in the screen? Why you got your lips in the screen, big dog? Who slandered you? Hold on, big dog. This motherfucker got his lips in the screen. What is this nigga doing? Who slandered you? Which one is you? Who is you? Who is you? Who sent you? What finesse 2 times? Who sent you, nigga? Who sent you? Who sent you? Hey, what fucking get slandered, man? Hold on. This ball you to who is you? Who sent you? Who sent you? Hold on, let me send her buddy ass back up. Cause you already know Big Mark always with that shit, boy. We always with it. And we drop linkage too. Don't think cause we ain't dropped linkage in a while, we won't drop linkage. The phone number 312-772-5483. I want to know who you is, pimp. Giovanni Austin from Texas. Nigga, I didn't slander you. Nigga, I sat on the phone with you for 2 hours yesterday. You ungrateful, you. Where my Denzel Washington? Hold on, folks. Hold on, my friend. Hold on, my buddy. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. Okay.
All right.
Give me a second, bro. Give me a second. Give me a second here. Give me a second, nigga. Give me a second, nigga.
Jake, go ahead and bounce on me. Get up out of here.
Give me a second, nigga. Yeah, shit.
Bitch made punk. Jake! You disloyal, fool-ass, bitch-made punk. Jake! I need my money! You disloyal, fool-ass, bitch-made punk. Jake!
Nigga, did you just say I slandered you? Hold on, my African buddy. I'm gonna get back to you. Give me a second. Hold on a second. Because I spent 2 hours on the phone. I gave this nigga life lessons yesterday. You can go back and watch it. Kicked it with buddy ass. This is why I can't be doing this shit, bro. The nigga took life lessons and slander. He said, hold on. See how the emotions come in? See, this is why we're talking about with the little young niggas, man. The emotions. Yeah, I'm on that, big dog. Because you don't know, you ain't appreciative. Let me tell you something real quick. Let me show you something. Give me a second. My time. Well, I ain't doing this shit no more. See, you just have fucked it up for some other motherfuckers. Hold on. Where buddy ass said that? Give me a second. Emotional ass shit. No. Hold on a second. Where that shit go? Talking about I slandered him. Nigga, I kicked it with you for 2 hours. Hold on. Where that shit go? Now he done deleted it. Everybody else got good advice. Nigga, I gave you more good advice than I gave anybody today. I gave you more good advice than I gave anybody today. For 2 hours, we went through your whole situation. Now, was there satire there? Absolutely. Was there satire in the people today? Absolutely. It's a show. So I tell you what. Little nigga. The same motherfuckers you niggas complain about that won't even talk to you unless you buy some type of mentorship or some shit like that. Like the lady who called up a few weeks ago said, yeah, I went to the content creator and they told me to come back with money, so I drew down my 401k and then she lost it. I sit and talk to you for 2 hours, give you this ism, this game. You come back today, and because these people's situations is a little bit different than yours, you feel some type of way, even though I spent way more time with you. And because I spent way more time with you, it probably was a little bit more satire with you, which I didn't really go upside your head off the strength of what you said yesterday. And I said that. So I was actually really, 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 really patient. And I was thoughtful of the situation because of why. I talked about you smoking weed, nigga. Yeah, I cracked jokes on you smoking weed, nigga. Because that's the reason why your processing is slow. That's why you won't get your ass up and go work a second job, nigga. I stood on that shit with you, nigga. I called you lazy because you is. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? So now I'm gonna sit up and talk this shit because I talked to you for 2 hours. I didn't tell your ass nothing wrong, but you felt some type of way in your heart. You in your heart feeling some type of way. And you in here watching me right now instead of working. Nigga, I'm up already. You should be somewhere doing some Uber Eats or some DoorDash instead of feeling some type of way in your heart.
Man, some people are just so ungrateful, man.
Slander, nigga. You know what? Do you know what a mark slander sounds like? You ain't been watching long enough. Do you know what a slander sounds like? Hold on, bro. Do I got to pull up some of this old shit from 2-3 years ago when this space was real ghetto? The motherfucker had to stand on business and threaten niggas and all types of shit. You don't know what a slander is.
And like one of my boys today, right?
And then that's probably what you need to do. Hold on, big dog. And for a multitude of reasons, hold on. That about $200 a week, bro. I'm gonna get back. That's about $800 a month.
All right. Hold on.
When you basing your decisions off, hidden as you get older, then you start to realize that you can do more. Hold on. Let me show you something, little nigga. I did need those credentials.
I agree.
The GED should come before the class. This you. Yesterday, little bro. He ain't saying nothing no more. He can eat while he's getting the GED. I told you to go back to school and get your GED. That's slander. You get the goddamn class A or go get a job and continuously get taken advantage of because he doesn't have basic reading skills. Is that slander? Basic math skills, lack of comprehension. Taking time to formulate a sentence based on his own reality. That's not slander. Lack of critical thinking skills. I'm telling you what you need to go back and do so that you can come out here and compete. That's what we call truth. And what you little niggas don't understand, you young niggas, you gonna get to the bag when you y'all niggas so you emotional don't got shit. None of that. When motherfucker really kicking it with you and telling you what you need to hear, you getting your feelings. Told your ass take your ass back to school and get your GED. That's slander, nigga. Let me tell you when I was listening back to the replay, let me tell you if I really was on that with you. And you competing against people that have that on a fucking high level. I don't know, bro. I was doing good. Shit like this, man, it just upsets me, bro. When I was watching the replay, I heard him say some shit yesterday. It was a lot of shit that I heard. I just didn't expound on it. I wasn't looking for satire.
I see where you're coming from now.
Bro, challenge yourself. That's one of that and that right there, the more we talk, now I see why you ain't working a second job. You don't challenge yourself. Take your ass back to school. Night school. Get your GD, take it from home, or however the fuck it is they do it. Now I feel my tonality about to change with you. I said, now my tonality about to change with you. So for the first hour, I was very, very, I was nice the whole time, but I was just really having a mentoring conversation. I was mentoring you from a life perspective. The reason why I said my tonality is about to change is because of what you said. So my tonality got a little bit more, not harsh, but just more stern. Let's just pay attention. Get your goddamn GED. I don't give a fuck what happened. And look at the chat. You don't got it. Now I'm processing. You got an 8-year-old or a chat saying he's lazy. But listen to what you just said. 5-year-old, an 8-year-old, or a 5-month-old, 5-year-old, an 8-month-old. Whatever was going on in your life as an adolescent, that shit is over and done with now. You got responsibilities. You need to get another job, and you also need on the side to be studying for your GED.
Yeah.
As far as business is concerned, it's going to be competition. Do you think you will be able to compete with a guy like me?
If I play my cards right.
You wouldn't, bro. I'm just going to keep it a buck with you. This is why you need that. This is why you need the education. So the reason why I gave you that example and I followed up, this is why you need the education. This up here, little bruh, it's not slander. Bro. You challenge a motherfucker to educate themselves today, it's slander. Goes back to everything I talked about earlier. Resources just don't stop with capital. Being more educated than your competition is a resource as well. Being able to outthink individuals. Being able to know when you're being taken advantage of.
Yeah. I mean, I learned a little bit of that in the street.
No. But then you talked about this street shit. So I got your ass, I put your ass in place there. Watch this. The business ain't, here's the thing, bro. Listen. Being street smart and book smart gives you more of a competitive edge. It gives you more of an advantage. But just street smart enough, it's not going to give you that much of an advantage as it translates over to business. What makes you dangerous is being street and book smart. Because you can be street smart, but then you get into a situation over on the business side and you don't even realize you being fucked.
Shit, that's how I feel like working at Amazon.
Working at Amazon is just working at Amazon. It's a job.
Yeah, which I understand.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, having Uber.
So what they do is they get all these drivers to meet at the spot.
He said right here, and I didn't get him. This is what I need you to do. I need you to go find you something else to do after you get off. Right around here, he said he was going to come say he just over here a few months ago some crazy ass shit. Like I don't listen. Right around here, motherfucker that tell people all that dumb shit. I said, man, what are you doing right now? He said, man, I just woke up from a nap. And I heard the shit, but I just didn't J down. See, and the reason why I didn't J down on him is because of basically what he told me, nigga. You was taking a nap, nigga. The people in the chat said, man, a nap is crazy. Nigga, you up here asking me about all this shit and all this shit you want to talk about, nigga. And then when I'm like, nigga, why you ain't out here working right now? Nigga, I just woke up from a nap. Nigga, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, nigga. I left that alone. I didn't even expound on that. I let it fly over my head. Fuck, I'm slandering you. That was a great opportunity for me to J down on your ass. I didn't take the opportunity, nigga. I didn't slander you. A nap, nigga? Bro.
No guarantee.
You start seeing in the chat. Yo, shit. A nap is crazy. Somebody literally said it right here. A nap is crazy. This nigga was taking a nap. Fuck up off my motherfucking shit. Nigga talking about that soft ass shit. They want to come in here today talking about, man, I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Now what? Nigga, you just told on yourself. Nigga, nobody slander you. You got too much energy for the wrong shit, big dog. Nigga, if I wanted to slander you, I could have took all the opportunity, all that shit, nigga, yesterday when you was talking about all that shit. And when you said, nigga, I said, man, what you doing right now? Oh, man, I just woke up from a nap. I let that shit go. I didn't even say shit. Anybody that watched me know I would have jumped all over that. I didn't. Don't come over here with that soft ass shit, nigga. And that right there is exactly why motherfucker ain't gonna make it. There you go, right there. I said it. Cause you feeling a certain type of way, cause a nigga told you what it was. Nigga, you 20 years old, nigga. 24, whatever the fuck you said, nigga. Man, Mark, we ain't really got nobody to talk to. 2 hours, nigga. I didn't get to the gym yesterday at 7 o'clock, nigga. I sacrificed my time. But then you watch me talk to 3 different people today that have 3 different, no, I'm gonna tell him this, because he gotta know this shit too. That have 3 different scenarios than your scenario. So my conversation with them is not gonna mirror your conversation. You got better advice than them. Get out of here, nigga. Talking about a goddamn nap. Nigga, if I wanted to get you, I would have got you when you said that shit. What up? No, I ain't letting that shit. No, that nigga gotta hear that shit. Hello? I hope his feelings hurt. Nigga, I hope your feelings hurt, nigga. Hello?
Yeah.
Nah, nigga, I hope your feelings hurt, little nigga. Tighten up. Tighten up, nigga. The real world cold. If a motherfucker telling you some shit to help better you and ain't told you nothing wrong and you getting your feelings about it because the shit conversation we had today, that's just telling me something, nigga. Tighten up. The real world cold, nigga. Fuck wrong with you? What up?
Hey. I feel you, bro. Some niggas just...
What's up, bro?
Niggas just don't... Yeah, niggas just...
What's up? I can't hear you, bro. What type of phone you got, bro?
I have a iPhone.
All right, man. Speaking to the mic, bro. Stop sounding like NBA young boy. I'm on bullshit now, bro. Buddy ass done pissed me off. He pissed me off. So what's up?
I feel you. But I just wanted to ask, what do you think I should do? Should I just save up a little more money, or should I just take out that personal loan?
Don't take out. You ain't gonna get no loan, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. Now I'm just gonna be straightforward with you. I'm not even gonna dance around this shit. You ain't gonna get no business loan. Why? Because banks don't loan business. New business is money. Most banks have a requirement. The first requirement they tell you is that you need to be in business 2 or 3 years. Why? Because they want you to survive. They want you to go through the survival phase, right? Most businesses fail within the first year. So most banks are not going to risk other people's money when there's a high likelihood that you're going to fail. You're not going to get a business.
Yeah.
The only way you're going to get a personal loan is if you have some good credit, maybe some collateral, but you're 20 years old. So the likelihood of you getting a personal loan is low as well, right? So
Yeah.
you're going to need some money, bro.
So just wait and save up.
You said what?
I say you want me to like wait and like save up some money.
Do I want you to wait?
Yeah, because like
I want
mean,
you to
could,
do what's
like,
in your
start
best
as a-
interest, bro.
Huh?
I want you to do what's in your best interest.
Mm.
Do you know what's in your best interest?
I mean, I know I want to start,
But the reason why you want to start is the same reason everybody else want to come into this industry, because you tired of people telling you what to do.
yeah.
To me, that ain't a good enough reason, bro. I ain't finna sit up here and hold you.
So what, as a mentor, what do you suggest I do?
I think
as
you
of right
should.
now?
What's your highest level of education, bro?
I have a high school diploma.
You have what?
I graduated high school.
All right, you graduated high school. You do security.
Yeah.
How much research have you done on this industry?
A lot.
Okay. What's a lot?
Pull up my notes real quick. I have a businessman. I know you need at least 10K to like, if you want to finance a truck, you need at least 10K to put down.
Well, you just found that out.
No. I knew that.
All right. What else you know? What else you research, big dog?
I know that you need to keep your once you open your company, you need to keep your USD MC open for 6 months, and you need an insurance for that to stay active.
What else you know?
That's about it for right now.
All right, so you start this business. What is it that you want to do? If I say, all right, bro, I'm feeling generous. I'm gonna give you a truck. I'm gonna buy you a truck and give it to you. What would you want to do?
Store. I want to do like home apparel delivery.
Home
like here in
apparel
Penny.
delivery? What is that?
Yeah, like I want to work with like IKEA, like delivering furnitures, Amazon, all those.
Okay, what does that look like? Explain that to me. How would you structure
that? First, I'll get the truck register, of course. Get the basic up and running, the LLC, EMC, DOT, MC up and running.
Yeah.
And then go and talk to a contract. Try to get a contract with Amazon, either Amazon Relay,
yeah,
or IKEA, or Lowe's. And once I get that, and then I'll just start hustling.
Okay, so how are you going to do that by yourself?
Actually, I'm not by myself. I got like 3 more friends with me.
Okay.
I forgot to mention that. Yeah.
Okay. So they're going to work with you or for you? Because this is going to require 2 people, at least.
They're going to work with me.
All right.
Like once we open the LLC, I'm going to put them as co-owners.
Why would you do that?
because we were like contributing a certain amount, so I wanna like.
What do you mean y'all
I
contributing?
want everybody.
So the 10,000, whose money is the 10? Is that your money or is that all y'all money?
It's all of our money.
So the $10,000. Wait. You got $2,000, right?
Yeah.
Is that your money or is all of y'all money?
That's my money.
But you saying you gonna
But
get a
we're
loan for 10,000, right?
Take it for myself, but I forgot to mention that I have like friends that we're contributing up to 10K. Right.
What do you mean up to 10K? 10K total?
That's how much
amongst three of
Yeah,
y'all?
10K. So yeah, that's how much for
So
all of
there's
us
gonna be three
contributing.
partners. How you gonna split the money, big dog?
I mean, they know the risk. So like,
How y'all gonna split the money, big dog? I didn't ask you that.
like, what do you mean, like split the money? Like,
You
get
got
paid?
three
How they
partners.
get paid?
You got listen to me, bro. Because now my tonality changed because buddy done made it change. You got three people.
Yeah.
Let's listen to this. Let's walk this down because you my last call and I got to get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
It's taking three of y'all to save up $10,000, bro. Listen to me. Y'all gonna take $10,000, however you want to do it. However you do it. How y'all gonna divide this shit three ways, bro? What's the percentages?
We haven't talked about that yet. The percentage.
There you go.
Right now we're more work.
All right, let me now do. I'm going to turn into. I'm the good guy, but I'm about to turn into the bad guy because y'all little niggas, y'all take reality, y'all take it very personal. Y'all take it right here in the heart. In the heart. You got this low barrier to entry business. Three of you motherfuckers who probably going to go a third a piece off of one truck. How in the fuck are y'all gonna make money? Three of y'all splitting some very, very small profit margin three ways off of one truck.
I mean, it's a start.
All right, man. I don't want to crush your dreams, bro.
You're not crushing. That's why
Nah,
you're a
man.
mentor.
I'm starting not
You're
to
not
just
meant to be
like.
nice.
I hear you, but I just think y'all niggas is the internet shit, bro. It's fucking y'all up, bro. It's not a start. It's a start to fail, bro. It don't take that much money to do this shit, bro. You don't need three motherfuckers. Three motherfuckers trying to eat off of one truck, bro. What are we talking about? What are we saying here, bro?
Okay, so what do you think we should do? Because we wanna like
But
start
you know
it
what?
together.
Was you born here?
Oh no.
You weren't born here? So I don't know.
No.
Maybe y'all a little bit different though. Hey, I forgot, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, they a little bit different. See, I'm starting to think. Wait a minute. Hold on, buddy African.
Yeah.
You did what I'm saying. So y'all a little bit different. So here's what I'm saying. To be honest with you, to be honest with you, I don't know. Y'all all live like in the same place and shit like that. Y'all all like live under the same roof and shit.
Oh no. Hell no.
Cause I know
No.
y'all are real good with the group economics and shit like that.
Yeah, we all live different in a different homes, you know. We all live together.
All right, so y'all don't practice group economics? Because if y'all practice group economics, then I might see the vision a little bit differently.
I mean, yeah, we get together here and there, talk about this, about box truck and business. We talk.
So if y'all got a final mile contract, and let's say that the contract paid a guarantee of $600 a day, and let's say after all expenses for the day, it's about $175 left. This is without you even getting paid. You guys got a rental truck because with the money that you talking about to start up, the only way you gonna be able to come in is with a rental, bro. So let's say you got a Bob's contract, pay $650 a day. After all expenses, you left with about $175. Fuck it, let's just say $200. How do you divide that?
I mean, because I'm the only one that will like be driving. I mean, of course, I'll have to like get a bigger percentage than everybody, but
Why you gotta get a bigger percentage? I thought y'all equal partners.
because I'm the driver, you know, I'm driving. They can't drive. They are underage. They can't drive.
You said what?
They can't drive. Like that's why I'm waiting until
So you're gonna partner with some people who can't drive?
Yeah.
So it means if you get sick, then you're just fucked. You're gonna start a business with two other motherfuckers who can't even drive? So that means if the contract is 7 days a week, you gotta work all 7. You can't afford to hire nobody. You really don't need nobody because you got 2 other people that are partners. So all 3 of y'all can do the work. But God forbid you lifting something heavy one day and you throw your back out, or you injure yourself, or you get sick really, really bad. Then what?
Yeah, we kind of talk about that.
You didn't talk about that.
No, we did. We talked about that, and because if you're under 21, you can only drive in your state, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So like, if God forbid if something happens to me, and then we'll just get loads from that are going here in Kansas.
Oh man, TikTok kicked me off. Hold on. I'm listening, bro.
Yeah, that's why we're trying to like come to agree on, like, you know, if anything what happened to me, and then they're not able to like drive out of the state, then we'll just pick up loads for here in Kansas.
Wait. They have driver's license?
Yeah, but they're just not 21 yet. They can drive.
21. Well, bro,
Yeah, they're not 21.
like I'm gonna be honest with you, bro.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, bro. Like I'm from the crib, bro. I just don't know how to like read. I don't know, bro. This ain't for me, bro. I don't like, bro. Like, I wouldn't start a business this low barrier. Like, you don't need 3 partners for this, bro. Like, after you pay everything every day, let's say $200 is left on a final amount contract after all expenses. Your expenses are gonna be really high, bro. One, because you're going with the money you got, the only way you're gonna be able to come in is off with a rental. You're not gonna have enough money for a down payment, enough money to acquire a truck. No working capital. Right? So now with that being said, you're gonna have an exorbitant rental truck rate, which is gonna ultimately affect you're gonna have a high cost daily. So let's say, and this is on the high end, after all expenses are paid for the day, you got $200 left and none of y'all have gotten paid yet. How do you divide that?
We're agreed on now. Like, we want to focus, like, in the beginning. We want to focus more on the business, like building building capital.
Okay. So basically what you're saying is all of you guys are willing to not pay yourself.
Well, not in the beginning. We're not spending any big amount of money in the beginning.
So do you need to pay yourself, or you're willing not to pay yourself?
You know, of course, I gotta pay myself.
There you go.
And
okay, so hold on. Ain't no of course you gotta pay yourself.
Yeah.
Why you say it's a course you gotta pay yourself? Why you think you gotta pay yourself, big dog? I'm just curious to know what your answer is. Because the way you said it very confidently. Why do you think because of course I gotta pay myself. Why do you think you gotta pay yourself?
Because I got bills to pay, you know?
Okay. So do they got bills to pay?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means I need an answer. You got a Bob's routes pay $650 after all costs. You got about $200 left. What do you expect to pay yourself? How do you divide that?
It's still gonna be 50-50, man.
How's it 50-50 if it's three of y'all?
Nobody. You're just gonna have to like spread that $200 equally.
But how if it's three of you, how is it 50-50, bro?
$60 a piece.
Oh, $50 a piece.
60.
60?
Yeah.
But how is that 50-50? How is it? How do you get 50-50 out of three, bro? There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go.
What do you think we should do, Mark?
What you mean? Well, it's basic math.
Yeah, Mark. I called for like.
No, and I don't. You call me. We're gonna have the conversation I want to have.
Yeah.
So if you want to talk about trucking, we talking about trucking. But guess what? If you say some shit and I ask you a question and you can't answer, you don't tell me, man. I call nigga. We talking trucking. You can't even give me the goddamn division. You can't even do the division. You got three partners, and I ask you, okay, yo, you want to do final mile? Great, that's my lane. You take a Bob's contract. It's a 6-day-a-week contract. They give you a guarantee of $650. After all expenses, you left around $200 a day. You got three partners. How do you divide it up?
I gotta say, well, it's not like we're gonna like go all in. You know, some of us.
What does that
like,
got to do? What does that have to do with the question, bro? What does that have to do with the? How do you divide up $200 three ways, bro? Businessman, you call me. You want to talk business? We talking business. I'm actually educating you. But this, I'm also proving why y'all niggas fail. This industry don't give a fuck. Listen to me. Be quiet, bro.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about how young you is, because when you come out here, if me and you operating in the same 3PL, nigga, you fool. I'm getting you up out the way and I'm taking your shit, nigga. You ain't gonna last no time. I need that. Man, Mark, he only 20, man. Fuck, dude. Give a fuck how old he is. That's another $650 that I could throw in the kitty, and I'm operating on a way smaller operation cost to him. My profit margin way higher. I own my truck. My truck's been paid for over 10 years, nigga. So after I pay everything, including labor, nigga, that truck gonna make me an extra $100 a day. It might not be a lot to you, nigga. I'm operating that value. We gonna throw that 100 in the kitty. But Mark, he gotta learn. Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
What you mean? Yeah, I'm trying to explain to you something. You don't even know math. How do you divide amongst three people 50-50, bro? You still don't get what I'm trying to explain to you, and even down to the point on why you cats don't survive out here. It all goes back to what I always say: the numbers. You got three people, and I say, how do you split that? You say 50-50. A third, bro. 33%. 33%, big dog. You can't. Oh, Lord have mercy, bro. So let me explain it to you like this, bro.
Yeah.
$200. You got 3 people, but really it's 4 entities that got to get paid. Because you still need to cash flow the business. So if you got 3 people that got to eat off 1 truck, and it's a necessity that you must pay yourself because you got bills to pay. $200 a day on average. What are you paying you and your other 2 partners, and how much are you cash flowing to the business daily?
Nothing.
There you go. And whatever you think something is, it really add up to nothing because you ain't gonna be able to do nothing with the shit no way. You might not even be able to buy a goddamn Subway sandwich around this motherfucker. The best you're gonna be able to do is do out of that 250% to the business, and y'all divide up $100. $33 for each one of y'all niggas.
Shit. See?
So go carry some furniture all day for $33, pimp. Because I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. You're gonna get a final amount contract. It's gonna pay you. You said you in what market?
Well, I want to. I'm not in.
What market are you in, man?
Huh?
Where are you at?
I'm in Kansas.
You in Kansas City, Kansas. Middle America. There you go. What's the population down there in Kansas City, Kansas, man?
About 2 million.
Huh?
About 2 million.
It's 2 million people in Kansas City, Kansas?
Maybe more.
Maybe more?
Yeah.
So, man, y'all bigger than Chicago. Y'all about right up there with Chicago. Damn, I didn't know Kansas City, Kansas was that big.
It is.
It's big, huh?
It is.
Damn.
Sure.
So that's a lot of opportunity down there.
It is. So what do you what do you expect us to do? Like, I know you told me, if we are getting that contract for $600 a day.
You said 2 million people, maybe a little more?
Yeah, maybe a little. Just search it up. It says
Kansas City, Kansas, not Kansas City, Missouri, right?
Kansas City, Kansas.
2 million people, huh? Okay.
3 million actually.
3 million?
Yeah.
Kansas City, Kansas. Last estimate, 2024, 156,000 people. What are you talking about, bro? There you go right there. That lets me know you haven't did a market analysis, which further lets me know you haven't done a business plan. I live in fucking Chicago all my fucking life, bro. There's no way on God's green earth y'all bigger than us. We the 3rd largest city in the goddamn country, bro. And it's 2.7 million motherfuckers in the city, 9.2 million with the city and the suburbs. See how I know my demographics, bro? I've never been to Kansas City, Kansas. Y'all don't got a goddamn sports team. Y'all don't have no major events. Missouri took y'all name and have more people in Kansas City, Missouri by about 400,000 more people than Kansas City, Kansas has in Kansas City, Missouri. Missouri took Kansas and had more people in Kansas City, Missouri than Kansas City, Kansas by about 400,000 people. You live in a little bitty town. You are what I classify as a middle American. Now, because you live in a little bitty ass town, There's not a lot of money circulating through that bitch.
So which means mostly I'll be likely to like.
So guess
go out
what?
of
Whatever
state.
opportunity that you do have is going to be minimal. How close are you to Kansas City, Missouri? How close is Kansas City, Kansas to Kansas City, Missouri?
I'm like right on the border.
Okay. You're right on the border. So that means a lot of your opportunity is going to have to come from Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah.
That's the bigger town, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's about 500,000 people in Kansas City, Missouri. Nowhere near 2.5 million or 3 million. Matter of fact, if you put Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City together, you don't even get 750,000. So let's say you get a final mile contract out of Kansas City, Kansas, but probably have to go over to Kansas City, Missouri to run the contract. They probably gonna pay you a guarantee about $600, $650 a day. Because that's what small markets pay for final mile. If you get an opportunity, volume isn't really gonna be high like some of the larger markets.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, and because those markets aren't very dense, you're going to probably have to travel out further, which is going to ultimately affect your bottom line because you're going to have to spend more money in fuel. Your market isn't dense, bro.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to come in with a rental. You're probably going to you're going to be on the new, so you're going to get what on the new people get, a fucked up route. And because you come from a market that is not, concentrated, it's not high density, your stops are going to be spread out and you're going to have to travel out far, which is going to account for you having to spend more money in fuel. So I'm right. So now that's going to bring you down to around about 150, maybe 170, somewhere between $150 to $200 a day before you pay yourself.
Dang. Scary.
You said that's scary?
I mean, like sounds like you gotta be prepared to get into the trucking business industry.
You're gonna rent a truck for about $650 a week. So let's say $100 a day minimum.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna spend about $100 in fuel because you're not gonna have a dense route. Insurance, depending on, y'all young, insurance is gonna be high. High. 21-year commercial truck. Hopefully somebody high. Probably around $75 to $100 a day.
I hear you.
Claims, other variable expenses. So let's say $300.
Yeah.
Okay, you make an extra $17. Now you make $50 a day. Business still got to take a bulk load of it because you need operating money. You need cash flow. So let's say y'all pay yourself $50 a piece. Business floats about $150 a day. Could be more. I think it's gonna be more. I'm just drained, bro, right now. So I'm not. My brain is not thinking.
Nah, you good, you good.
But it's your expenses is gonna be more based on what I said around the first scenario. Y'all ain't gonna be splitting much money, bro.
So you think it's better if I just save up that 10K, or if I would to get that personal loan?
Hey, bro, this is what I
or
think you
that-
should do. I'm just gonna tell you, fuck it. Stay at your job.
Fine.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Wow.
Just on the conversation, and I'm being honest. Don't think I'm slandering you like the other guy said. Y'all gotta stop being like for real, bro. You got a lot of learning to do, both from a business level and just life in general. You're very naive. It'd be different if you were sharper. Like if I had a conversation with you, I'm like, yeah, the shorty ass sharp. He's sharp. I would tell you. I've had some people that come up here sharp. It's some shorties in my Discord that's running up a nasty bag. But based on the conversation I'm having with you, I think you need to educate yourself a lot more.
Okay.
You what we call a stain.
A what? A stain?
Stain.
That mean?
You say what?
What does that mean?
You a lick. You a walking lick.
A lick.
You a stain.
A lick.
Yeah, a lick.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't want you to be a lick, bro. I don't want you to be a stain. I want you to win. And you just naive. You lost, nigga. You don't even know how to divide 200 three ways, bro. That's concerning, bro. That's very concerning to me. If you can't divide, if you don't understand, I ask you, yo, how you break down 203 ways and you tell me 50-50, that's concerning. That's not a person who need to start a business. That's a person who need to understand arithmetic. Because if you don't understand arithmetic, you will 100% fail in business. The main reason why most people who do enter into this business fail is because they don't know their cost.
Yeah, I think I've heard that before.
So
you gotta know your cost.
When I ask you how you break down 200 three ways and you say 50-50, bro, I don't want, listen, stay at work, big dog. Stay at work. I'm telling you. Just go to work. This is what you need. This is what you need right now until you get a little bit more wise. You need a motherfucker to tell you what to do. All right, OB, you checked in? You punched in? All right, man, we got you on the east wing of the building, man. We need you to report at 0700. Yeah, we need you to walk from the east wing to the west wing, spend about 20 minutes at the west wing, make sure the perimeter is secure over there, and then we need to walk back to the east wing, spend 20 minutes over there, and we'll hit you on the radio when it's time to go to lunch.
Yep.
That's what they probably tell you? Some shit like that. You do security, big dog, right?
I'm just saying. I've been chilling. I don't do all that.
But I'm saying the point that I'm trying to make is people tell you what to do. You have somebody delegating you.
Yeah, I see.
Some people it's just best that somebody tell them what to do, big dog. And based on the conversation that me and you had, you're struggling with arithmetic. And if you're struggling with basic arithmetic, not good for business.
Yeah.
You tell me you divide 53 ways is 50-50. Nah, bro. And I'm giving you multiple chances to figure the shit out and you just lost. But if you want to start the trucking business, take the 10,000, take all y'all, put y'all collective 10,000 together You can go to XPO, you can go to SEVA, you can go to UST, you can go to Ryder Final Mile, JB Hunt Final Mile, T-Force, goddamn it, NAL, Pilot. There's plenty of Final Mile companies. I just gave you a bunch of them that you can go apply at, take the 10,000 that y'all came up with collectively on a 3-way partnership and go apply at one of those companies. You probably gonna have to rent a truck because $10,000 really ain't a lot to acquire a truck with the down payment of the insurance. So the affordable route that y'all gonna have to be able to come in with what you have is the rental route, and those are the companies that I think you should go apply with.
Okay.
So I gave you the route for the Final Mile, but I also told you what I personally think, bro.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, and I appreciate your honesty. You know, some other people will actually like sugarcoat you, but like you're honest, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's the only thing I can be, bro.
Sure.
Appreciate you, man. Now don't come in my chat tomorrow talking about I slandered you yesterday, bro. Don't do that. Don't come in my chat, bro, because I'm gonna cut you up. I'm gonna cut you up, big dog. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
We're different people, you know.
I hear you, but I thought, I be thinking I be talking to some real ones sometimes, but then you just show their true colors. So don't come in my chat tomorrow, bro, and say, yo, well, whenever the next time I go live, I ain't going live tomorrow. Don't come in my chat talking about I slandered you.
Yeah.
All right?
I'll never do that.
All right, then.
I appreciate you, Mark.
Somebody said, oh, well, he ain't got no truck. Somebody said if you had a truck, they want to buy it at half price. See, that's what I'm saying. It's wolves out here, boy. They smell. They just smell it on you. Like, man, let's get him up out the way, man. He in the way. He in the way, bro. But all right, man, go ahead and get you some fufu. What you eat? Fufu?
Yeah.
You like fufu?
I love fufu.
Yeah, man. Go get you some fufu, man. Enjoy your evening.
You too, man. Appreciate you.
All right, later.
Yeah.
Let me cut my phone off, bro. Y'all done wore my nerves today, bro. Y'all work my nerves today. Cut my phone off. I'll cut my phone off for the next few days. Y'all work my nerves today. Yeah, y'all work my nerves today. This I told you. I told you. Y'all don't work my nerves. Oh, Lord have mercy. Jesus Christ. Oh. Everybody just hoping they get lucky. Somebody else said that. Man, Mark, everybody just hoping they get lucky, bro. I don't know, bro. Is that what it is? Jesus Christ, bro. I just don't get it, Lord have mercy. Did Buddy come back? I stopped looking. Y'all told me to get off, dude. Dude came in here unappreciative. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. I don't like it. I stopped looking over. Hold on. It pissed me off. Go in the gym and throw the weights around. Exactly why I said, yeah, hell yeah. This is why I don't do it. This is why I will never do mentorship ever in life, bro. Never. I will never do that shit. Imagine somebody giving you a bunch of money. And I'm going to be honest with you. If I ever did a mentorship, which I'm not, but if I did one, value is what a person is willing to pay for something. I done seen people pay people who I don't even deem credible $20,000. So you have to pay me $50. Imagine somebody paying you $20,000 or $30,000 or $10,000 or $15,000, and now you're obligated to them. Imagine the level of people that I talk to for free, but now I gotta really like spend time with them because they pay, and I gotta really spend more time with them because I gotta really try to get them to understand it because they pay me. Hell no. Hell no. No way. Never will do it. Never. No. By the grace of God, I don't have to do it. Shit. This shit's crazy, bro. Did Buddy come back in the chat? I just want to see. There you go, bro. Yeah, bro. I got you. I got you in my long-term memory now. You in my long-term. You on the list, bro. You on my list, bro. Yeah, I don't like that shit. Nah, nigga. You on my list. I ain't no blood neither, man. I don't need nothing. Man, I don't care what you talking about. I don't care what you talking about. You call me. You call me. I ain't call you. What you mean you don't need no nothing? You call me and ask me. What are you talking about? You got all this energy in the chat, nigga. Yesterday I sat up and talked to your ass for 2 hours. Nigga, see, this is why I don't want to talk to you niggas no more. You unappreciative little niggas. Then yesterday you say, yo, man, we don't got nobody to talk to. But then when I talk to your ass, you feel a certain type of way because other people, I talk to them different. Nigga, because their situation ain't the same as yours. What are you talking about, nigga? You lazy. Shit, you gonna have to accept that. Accept it. You don't even value a person's time. And this is why, like when I talk to like other creators in the space, or when I did in the past, this is why they said, yo, Mark, even if we had your experience, we wouldn't do what you do. For that reason right there. I try to do it for philanthropy to kind of give back. Because of what we had the conversation with yesterday when you said, yo, Mark, motherfucker ain't really got nobody to talk to. Bro, I'm not from wherever the fuck it is you from, bro. You from fucking goddamn it. Where the fuck was he buddy ass from? San Antonio or something, bro. I'm from Chicago, bro. It's real aggressive up here. This is how we talk, bro. Like when you on that whiny ass shit, man, boy, man, dude, cut all that soft shit out, bro. So yeah, I had to nigga tighten up. Nigga, you came in my chat and said, yo, man, why you didn't talk to me the way you talking to them? What, bro? You said you just woke up from a nap, bro. You want to know where the money at. You saying you want to make more money. I'm telling you what to do. But then you saying you just woke up from a nap, nigga. Then you want to come in my chat the next day after I spent hours with you, nigga, kicking it with you. Just about life and just, business. And man, you said, man, Joe, I really appreciate it. But you want me to have the same, like my conversation ain't gonna be the same with them as it with you. This is a different scenario. It's funny because the person who called in right after you was someone that happened to find my channel that worked for me a decade ago. And he was your age then, now. And he said, yo, he gave me my flowers, but he apologized because something like your shit, like y'all niggas, y'all don't really realize the value a person is given. Because you're naive. You look for the value. You wish there were more black men that were older in the community to spend time. But then when you do it, your little heart feels a little way. I just don't get it. The South different, Mark. These motherfuckers will grow up in a nice middle class neighborhood and still choose the streets. Craziest thing I ever witnessed when I moved from Jersey to North Carolina. Mark, my little girl said you have dad energy. I told you. I know, Pippa. You keep telling me that. B said y'all a little different in the South. He said y'all a little different. I didn't say it. Beat said it. I didn't say it. Beat said y'all a little bit different in the South. Nigga, you unappreciative. All right, so when you just curious and you call in and we kick it, then you can't come back, watch it, and think a motherfucker slandered you when they didn't. I didn't. It's fucked up when a motherfucker tell you to educate yourself or stop smoking weed because you processing shit too low as slander. I'm appalled. But the reason why I'm giving this time and energy because it proves what I say all the time. So I have to expound on it before I get out of here. I have to use this to my advantage to prove what I say about y'all niggas all the time. All right, bro. Shout out to everybody that was on TikTok. Shout out to everybody that was on Facebook. Somebody on TikTok said Mark Mentor is the best box truck coach. Okay, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Whoever that is on TikTok. Young Money Music. Appreciate you. You said you woke up from a nap mentally. Nah, nigga, I asked you what you was doing, why you weren't not working. You said, man, I just woke up from a nap. So that's what it is, bro. I'm done. Wait, hold on. Is this the same person or is it a different page? Who is Rudy? Is he Rudy? Is that Rudy Ann? Wait, ain't nobody hurt, but let me keep explaining why no one hurt because I want to make sure everyone knows I wasn't hurt. Oh, he talking about you, bro. Yeah, you hurt. Even the Rudy said you was hurt. Because of what you said. See what you gotta understand, little homie, is nobody knew you were here until you made your presence that you was here, and the way you made your presence. because everybody that watched the show yesterday that thinks logically and it doesn't even have to be age, just wise, and saw that I didn't tell you anything wrong. I think even the people that are watching appreciated. There were people that said, Mark, this is why we need you in the space, that appreciated the fact that I spent time talking to you. So if there was some satire in there that you took wrong, which anybody that watches me knows that my satire can be way more harsh than that, but it wasn't with you. And that was based on something you said. And I'm not going to go into what you said, but everybody that was watching, it was something that you said, which is why you said you kind of felt like you gave up. So I had that in mind. Anybody that watches it told people that were watching it, told me, man, they appreciated the fact that I spent time with you. So for you to come in and say what you said, that shit was bogus. But what you got to understand is I'm chilling. I'm just jaying down on you right now. But it's cool though. I'll see you the next time whenever as I go live. Because where else you gonna go? Pibby said, why call for help when you couldn't even think straight? And then you got these lips, bro. I'm straight, bro. Don't call me no more until you change your profile. I don't even want, don't even put no comments in my section no more, bro. I'm done. Don't flip listen, if you don't flip your profile, nigga, I'm not even responding to you no more. This shit is ridiculous. Like, who does this, bro? TikTok, I'm ending y'all. I'm out of here. TikTok. I'm out. TikTok don't save the lives. All right, let's see. TikTok, how you close this shit out? TikTok. I received 11 diamonds. Interesting. Shout out to TikTok. TikTok Studio. Quit TikTok Studio. Yeah, no more comments for Buddy ass. Straight. Change that profile picture. We not honoring that over here. We not honoring no nigga that hold the phone right here and pucker up and take pictures and then try to come in here and talk, bro. We not honoring that, bro. You puckered up to the camera and uploaded it, bro. We not like what made you think to do that, bro? Let me just take a lip pic, pucker up, and then you uploaded it, bro. Like, yeah, switch it up. See, I told you he was gonna switch it up. It's all good. I'm gonna yeah, see how I made you switch it up? See how I made you switch it up? Now I'm finna go. Yeah, get your shit together, big dog. See how I made you switch it up? Made him switch it up. I don't care if it wasn't you or not in the pic. I don't care if it wasn't you or not. You did it. You did that. You shouldn't have do that. The fact that it was you is the fact that you communicating from a page that is on. So that means you put it there. It don't matter if it was you or not. And that's even worse that it was somebody else. Because that was a man. That means you put another man's lips on your page and uploaded it as your profile. That's even worse, bro. That's why I'm saying you can't do this with me, bro. You can't. Just because I'm older don't mean I've been talking shit about motherfuckers since 1985. I keep telling you, bro. Like, nigga, you only 24. I've been talking shit about motherfuckers for 41 years, nigga. I've been talking shit about motherfuckers for 41 years, nigga. Listen, September of 1985, I started talking about niggas. Why? Kindergarten, motherfucker. Went to school. Motherfuckers was talking about motherfuckers. I had to start talking about motherfuckers. So I got more years of talking. I've been talking about motherfuckers twice your life, nigga. You never. I'm with the new troll shit too, nigga. I'm with the new troll shit. I got the old shit plus the new shit, but guess what? I got 41 years of it. Damn near twice as long as you been on this earth, nigga. I was talking shit, nigga. I'm from the yo mama era, nigga, all the way up until now. So I can mix it all, and I'm quicker. See, you process shit slow, little nigga. You was processing shit real slow yesterday. I'm on the cusp with it. I'm right. As soon as you say something, I'm right back with it. That's where I'm gonna fuck you up at. Cause you gotta process what I'm saying and try to come back. But before you come back, I already hit you 3 times, nigga. I ain't got you up out the way. That's why you should leave me alone. Go play with something that's safe. Now, I'm finna go to the gym. I hope your Amazon route is done. And when you get off your Amazon route, this is what I need you to do. Open up an app and go DoorDash or something. Leave me alone. Nah, you meant disrespect. Don't say nothing to me. Don't ever, after I spend my time, you try to do that. That's why I don't mean no disrespect. My friend, I'm just looking to get honest. I would then get the honest advice and to be cool. Don't sit up here and say, oh man, you slandered me. That's soft ass shit, bro. Some soft ass shit, nigga. I ain't slander you. But even to say that, you have to weigh. Okay, man, he hit me with the sat chat, but the nigga spent 2 hours with me and gave me some game, bro. And I appreciate that, man. Because a lot of niggas ain't gonna talk to me. You didn't even do that. You didn't process that. You fixed your fingers to type that shit, nigga. And what I'm doing right now is I'm putting you on game to don't never do that shit again with me or anybody else. Because anybody that's a real nigga gonna say the same thing that I'm saying to you. Nigga, what? Nigga, you so soft ass.